Oh, I haven't changed the name yet. Hold
But it's that one?
on. No,
Oh,
you'll see in a second.
Good morning. Welcome to the April 1st City Plan Commission. Sarah, please confirm that city staff are ready to begin and explain the rules and procedures for this hybrid meeting.
Yes, we are ready. So I'll describe the testimony procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for those joining us online, please know that there are two categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you're an applicant or a member of the public who would like to testify regarding a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can raise your hand to speak when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. We ask that you silence or keep on mute all of your electronic devices and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. The Commission has established time limits for all testimony during the meeting. You will be given 2 minutes to testify when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. Those are all of our procedures.
Great, thank you. We look forward to hearing your cases today. We want to make sure we address every docketed item with the attention it deserves, building consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Therefore, we have the time limits as just outlined. For public testimony, those in the chamber will be called upon first, followed by those online. We will begin with the consent docket this morning, and I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to add docket items 5 and 9 to the consent docket. Docket item number 5 is case number CD SUP 2026-00004 for the Park Hill School District mod classrooms. So if a member of the public was here to speak about that, the motion is to move that to the consent docket, as well as item number 9, which is case number CD CPC 2026-00011, 3112 Flora Ave rezoning. And that's about a rezoning of a vacant lot. So those will be read into the consent docket. If anyone from the public wants to have a public hearing on that, simply let us know and we will do so.
I'm sorry, number 5?
Docket item number 5 and docket item number 9.
I don't know that we can put a rezoning on the consent docket.
So we'll still open it up for a public hearing so anyone can speak on the item, and it'll be read in the same way. We would just be not having the presentation unless someone requests it.
So I definitely don't recommend that, especially for rezoning, because the state statute requires notice and hearing. And so I don't recommend placing that on a consent docket. Same for the special use permit.
Yeah, we've done it with a SUP per recent conversation we had about another case. So I want to have that motion. If staff's or if commission's not comfortable with it, both it will be opened up for a public hearing. So it'd still be the same, still be read in. Simply would be without the presentation unless someone requests the presentation.
Just a quick question. You said with the rezoning that's against the state statute, is it the same with the special use permit?
Our code requires a public hearing on that.
Yeah, my perspective on a public hearing is it's read into the public record, an opportunity for anyone from the commission, the applicant, or from the public to speak on the item if they choose to. My estimation is that those two items will likely not have any testimony, will not have any issues. Yes. Okay, great. Well, that solves number 9. I would still like to move number 5 to, so,
You can
Okay.
still have a hearing without a presentation. I mean, just waiving the presentation doesn't mean we're not having a hearing and allowing anybody to speak. on
I've
it.
given my opinion. I've given my opinion on this before. I don't recommend it. The code requires a hearing. I don't believe it's the burden of somebody in the audience to request that, particularly when mailed notice is required by the code. So that's my advice.
okay, so the motion stands. Is there a second to move docket item number 5 to the consent docket? Okay, if there is none, then we'll proceed with the consent docket as it's read, as it currently stated in the docket. Sarah, could you please go ahead and read that?
Docket item C1 is case CD CPC 2026-33, a request to approve a project plan in District SC on about a quarter of an acre, generally located at 7600 Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway, allowing for the landscaping of a private open space tract for a dog park. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C2 is case CD CPC 2026-34, a request to approve a project plan in District SC on about 3/4 of an acre, generally located at 7600 Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway, allowing for the landscaping and construction of a pool house and a private open space tract for a swimming pool and associated pool house. Staff recommends approval with conditions. And item C3 is case CLD Final Plat 2026-4, a request to approve a final plat for Cadence 5th Plat in District R7.5 on about 15 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Northwest 104th Street and North Liberty Street, allowing for the creation of 58 lots and 2 tracts for the purposes of a residential development. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you. That concludes the consent docket. Are there any questions from the commission for staff on docket items C1, C2, or C3? Seeing none, we will open it up for public testimony at this time. And actually, so at this time, we'll open up for a public hearing on those 3 docket items. Is there anyone that would wish to speak on those 3 items?
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we will close the public hearing on the consent docket, and I will look for a motion.
Motion to approve docket items C1, C2, and C3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent docket. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The consent docket passes. We'll now move on to cases that are being continued. Sarah, could you please read any continuances?
Continuances start at docket item number 10, case CD CPC 2026-35. Amending section 88-610-05 regarding reconstruction of non-conforming detached houses after accidental damage or destruction. Staff recommends continuance without fee to May 6th. Docket item number 11 is case CD SUP 2025-49, a request to approve a special use permit for outdoor light equipment sales rental and general motor vehicle repair within a B3-2 zoning district on about 0.46 acres, generally located at 8221 North Oak Traffic Way. Staff recommends continuance off docket. I'll note that this is a change from the printed docket. Continuance off docket for docket item number 11. Docket item number 12 is case CD CPC 2026-16, a request to approve a rezoning for a parcel that is split zoned between R1.5 and B3-2 to an overall B3-2 zoning district on about 10.9 acres, generally located at 5100 Ararat Drive. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 15th. Docket item number 13 is case CD SUP 2026-11, a request to approve a special use permit to allow a 3-unit home on a subject site of about 0.5 acres, generally located at 3319 Redbud Drive. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 15th. Docket item number 14 is case CD CPC 2026-9, a request to approve a major amendment to Antioch Crossing to change permitted uses in District UR on about 42 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Northeast Vivian Road and North Shoto Traffic Way. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 15th. And docket item number 15 is case CD SUP 2026-8, a request to approve a special use permit for accessory parking on about 1.86 acres, generally located on West 43rd Street, immediately west of Mill Creek Park and Broadway Boulevard, specifically located at 220 West 43rd Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 15th.
Thank you. And on docket item number 11, which is a continuance off docket, is that with or without fee?
Off docket is with fee.
Great. All right. Are there any other questions from the commission for staff on those continuances? If they're not, we will open it up to the public. Is there anyone who would wish to speak on the continuance of docket items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, or 15?
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close the public hearing on the continuance of those items, and I'll look for a motion.
All right, motion to continue docket item number 10 to May 6th, docket items 12, 13, 14, and 15 to April 15th, and the continuation of docket item number 11 off docket with fee.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to continue docket items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
The only thing was, they were without fee. I don't think you said without fee.
Oh, yeah, without fee for docket items 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Good clarification. All right, and we are now ready for docket item number 1.
Docket item number 1 is case CD miscellaneous 2026-3, a request to approve an amendment to the Heart of the City Area Plan to include the South Round Top Neighborhood Plan, generally bounded by Indiana Avenue on the west, East Linwood Boulevard on the south, East 27th Street on the north, and Jackson Avenue and I-70 on the east. We have new faces before you for this item. This is a project that's been completed by the Project Administration Division. So Morgan Pemberton and Sam Fitzner are the staff presenting this case.
Good morning, everyone. Just loading our presentation here. Had some computer updates apparently, so. Go with it for what we got here. All right, is everyone able to see the screens
You need-
on the phone? Fantastic. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Morgan Pemberton. I am a planning supervisor with the City Planning and Development Department, the Project Administration Division. Here with me is Sam Fitzner, also on our team in special projects. We are here to present the case for the South Round Top Neighborhood Plan that we have been working on over the last 6-7 months or so. Today with us, we've got Beverly Green, the neighborhood leadership who has been instrumental in helping us work through this project. And also, of course, I would like to give Councilwoman Patterson Hasley a moment to speak on this as it's in her district and she is the sponsor of the project.
Hi, how's everybody doing this morning? I'm Melissa Patterson Hasley, the City Councilwoman for the 3rd District at large, and you may remember a previous neighborhood plan that came before you to update the Heart of the City plan again with South Round Top neighborhood. So the goal of these neighborhood plans is to have a more micro look at what neighborhoods want to have happen in their district as it relates to economic development as well as public improvements. In the past, we've had, developers that want to develop in a certain neighborhood, and so the process is to do outreach with the neighborhood leader. In this case, that would be Ms. Beverly, and then adjustments to the plan are made along the way. That can be pretty pricey going back and forth in terms of trying to meet the expectations of the neighborhood. So the neighborhood plan itself tries to cut down on some of that back and forth conversation by just having a document that does give some expectations of what developers could do or should do in that neighborhood. So it's more of a guiding document that can help communicate the needs of a neighborhood, whereas the larger area plans are sometimes too zoomed out and too general. And so this really helps us do work in neighborhoods more intentionally and more quickly. For example, I'm assuming that the plan will pass. So I already put all of the crosswalks in my PIAC for this year. So every single crosswalk that needs to be done in South Round Top will be completed because I was just able to look at the plan and I didn't necessarily have to wait for a bunch of applications to come through because, as you know, there are hundreds and hundreds of applications. So I think this is the third neighborhood, second neighborhood.
Second coming to for adoption, but we'll have a third one coming soon with Truman Plaza.
Okay, so, and the goal for me is to really have neighborhood plans all over the third district as a, economic development and public improvement strategy. So I hope you'll give the plan, consideration for adoption today. Thank you.
Councilwoman. All right, we'll get started with our presentation here. So the South Round Top neighborhood is located just about a mile southeast of downtown. The boundaries are going to be on the north end, 27th Street, south Linwood Boulevard. To the east, we've got I-70 and Jackson Avenue. It is right there on the famous Jackson Curve that most Kansas Cityans know about. And then on the west, you've got Indiana Avenue. This one is actually pretty closely located to the previous neighborhood plan that you may have seen from us, Washington Wheatley, which we did earlier last year, we brought for adoption. So the planning process, this is a new group, so we are still kind of figuring out things as we go and setting up our official processes moving forward. We want to do a lot of these plans, but we want to make sure that we set up our process right first. Right now, where we're looking at, and as far as our overall process, is we do a lot of pre-planning. That's mostly staff work that I'll discuss in just a second. We do a lot of neighborhood engagement. It really helps if we have strong neighborhood leadership, if they already have monthly meetings that they're holding that we can kind of piggyback off of and bring more people to the room. So that's been really successful as part of the process. Writing the plan, of course, and then going through the adoption process where we're at right now. So the pre-planning work, primarily that's me and Sam, getting out there, doing a lot of research on the history of the neighborhood and current conditions, interviewing neighborhood leadership, walking around the neighborhood, taking a lot of photographs. We do a lot of aerial map analysis to kind of take a look at the overhead view of these crosswalks and seeing where there might need to be some painted crosswalks and things like that we can identify from up above easy. We also identify the community assets that are there and how we can support those and make those a better benefit for the community. And then we review other plans that are associated with the neighborhood. So for South Round Top, there was a plan previously done with Hoxie Collective and UMKC Center for Neighborhoods that wasn't adopted as city policy because it was done outside of city staff jurisdiction or oversight. But it's still a really good planning document that expresses a lot of the needs from the neighborhood. So we wanted to absorb as much of that as possible instead of just asking the same questions that they had already been answering just a couple of years ago. So that pre-planning work is really important to make sure that we're not just coming back and asking the same thing or doing another project that they would have maybe previously done a few years ago.
All right, so for our neighborhood engagement, we had 5 meetings, so spanning from June of 25 through February of 26. With these neighborhood engagement meetings, we had opportunity to organize with Miss Beverly Green and the neighborhood meetings on Saturdays. And in these meetings, we had the neighborhood turn out and express concerns and discuss essentially what their priorities are for the neighborhood and what they want to see done. And our main way of collecting this data would be through the mapping activities. So we had a very large zoomed in print of the satellite image of the neighborhood itself. And what they could do is input pins and sticky notes, notating where, for example, the sidewalk needs to be repaired, dangerous crossing, essentially amenity improvements such as the Central Park, things of that nature. So that was a great way to engage and get the community talking and really, feel the passion for what they see every day and their lived experience.
And I do want to give a quick shout out to the two of the gentlemen in the photos here. Will Mansfield, who is not here with us today, and Jonathan Feverston. They previously helped us with the project. They helped to attend some of the meetings, so I just wanted to give them a shout out and thank them for their work on this as well. So getting down to writing the plan, we've got all of that information from the neighborhood. We develop recommendations based on those resident identified issues. And then we also take our expertise and anything that we observed on walking tours and through our aerial analysis, and we add that into the plan as well if it's falling along the lines of what the neighborhood's wanting. We vet those recommendations through the responsible departments at the city, and if there's any, outside the city jurisdictions that would be involved, we like to check with them as well, just to make sure that we're not going against existing city policy and practice, because that would not be helpful to anybody. And then we present the final plan to the neighborhood residents for some final feedback before we put together the adoption process materials. And then at the end of this, we also will provide Beverly with a resource packet, information on 311 reporting, contact information that's good to have, and just general things that we've picked up along the process that would be useful for you all. So the plan content, we have streamlined things quite a bit since the Washington Wheatley plan, because we realized a lot of the information and ground setting that we did with Washington Wheatley was already contained within the area plans information. So it wasn't really necessary to kind of duplicate those things, like giving the history of the neighborhood and a lot of those other higher level things. So we've streamlined the process. It's going to have a general overview of our process and what we do, an overview of the process that we went through with the neighborhood. It's going to discuss some of the related planning documents that are related to our work, which is the Casey Sirrett Playbook, the comprehensive plan, the area plan, heart of the city that this neighborhood's located in, and then that UMKC Hoxie Collective Plan that I mentioned as well. We put together the plan recommendations. It's just basically a to-do list for our neighborhood leadership and our elected officials to use to try and get some of these things done, get some physical changes and improvements going on in the community. And then there's going to be a couple of special focus areas. As we go through this process with the neighborhood, there tends to be some things that kind of rise to the top of issues that they've been dealing with a long time. There might not be a resolution to it just yet. So there was a couple of things we did identify for South Round Top that we'll discuss a little bit. Mostly those are kind of keep monitoring and keep working towards addressing those issues. And then adopting the plan, they are adopted as a resolution document. They are not ordinance, and they're adopted as an addendum to the area plan. This is, as we said, the heart of the city area plan, and it serves as policy guidance for the city.
All right, so with the recommendations, they come directly from the neighborhood issue inventory created with the input of the residents. So with those meetings, 5 meetings we had throughout the last 6-7 months, we essentially gathered a neighborhood issue inventory report. And then with that, we did create some recommendations with prioritization. So we categorized if it's on the high injury network, near a school, community center, or senior living, and near a park. So those are going to be indicated within the plan as icons next to those recommendations. And here's a total list of our categories for recommendations. So I won't go into each every one, but a few highlights would be, so for housing, our 2 recommendations there would be essentially home repair programs. So we really want to get that more prioritized within the city and make sure there's no misinformation, make sure the neighborhood knows exactly what to do, how to apply, a little bit more clarity on it. So making recommendations broadly for the city to work on that. And then with our traffic calming, essentially speed humps and raised crosswalks. So a lot of it, especially on the high injury network, we experience it with our walking tours and then through neighborhood engagement, really highlighting where the main problems are, where they need to get, where they want to get to. And yeah.
All right, and I'll just touch real quick on those 3 special focus areas that I mentioned. The first one, Central Park, it is the largest park in the neighborhood, and I think it's the only publicly owned park that is in the community. The neighborhood expressed that they would really like to see some additional activation here. The Parks Master Plan does call for some additional equipment and like play facilities and things like that. So we also took those recommendations from our city's Parks Master Plan, and then we also included what the neighborhood residents are asking for. So they would like to see some basketball courts, some restrooms, particularly, and also just improving communication between them and the high school so that they know when they can access that track for their exercise. Because if we're in a neighborhood with a lot of sidewalk issues, we should probably make sure that they've got access to a nice, safe track that they can exercise and walk on. The petroleum tank leak, this is a really unique one. It's actually the worst underground petroleum tank leak in the state. It has its own website dedicated to it at the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. It is generally located in this area. There's a prolonged legal battle going on about responsibility, contamination cleanup, things like that. The leaking tank was removed. There is still some contamination in the soil as far as we can tell from recent monitoring well information. We are working with our brownfields group. Councilwoman Patterson Hasley has been really chasing this one down since we got the final draft ready to go. So we're hoping that we'll get some answers for the neighborhood and some progress, and hopefully the state's able to proceed with that legal case and get this taken care of for the neighborhood. As you can see, there's a lot of vacant lots right near there. And I think that residents have expressed to us that vapors were getting into their homes and from the contamination and making it so they couldn't live in those homes and leading to demolition and abandonment. So it's one of those prolonged issues that we're hoping that we can just kind of highlight and bring more attention to it. And then finally, there are some major changes actually coming to the Jackson Curve, in case you didn't know about it. This is going to create a lot of excess space over here near the Jackson Curve. They've already removed the off-ramp onto Myrtle Avenue, and they're also moving those eastbound lanes further northeast, so they're closer to the westbound lanes. That's going to be the darker gray track that you're seeing along there. So where the red X's are, those are getting removed completely, and the darker gray will be the new westbound lanes. Or eastbound lanes, my apologies. So this is going to create a lot of excess right-of-way. MoDOT would like to use most of it for stormwater management, but we would like to just kind of highlight this as something to track looking forward because there might be additional space opened up for the neighborhood for, I don't know, green space, maybe additional residential lots opening up for development, that kind of thing. So we just wanted to highlight. And there, we'll stop for questions. Sorry if it was a little bit overlong, but we wanted to give you enough detail and going pretty fast. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Much appreciated. Any questions for staff?
I just wanted to interject one point of information. The city usually contracts with a consultant to conduct neighborhood plans. And so when I first got elected a couple of years ago, I wanted to have a neighborhood plan completed. And the cost was $250,000 for one plan. And there's over 600 neighborhoods across the city. So that's not financially sustainable. And so Morgan and her team are a part of a budget amendment from a couple of years ago so that we can bring neighborhood plans in-house and save money and come up with a formal process so that we can replicate them across the city. So I wanted to give you the background on why you're seeing neighborhood plans, which you've probably not seen before.
I love it. It's great. Yeah, and it is reflected in the actual physical plan too. I like how concise it is. You can read it in, quick sitting and understand how it interacts with the other plans. Any questions regarding any parts of the plan? Seeing none at this time, we will move to public testimony. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak about docket item number 1?
I just want to say good morning to everyone. I want to say thank you to Councilwoman and the staff, Morgan and Sam and Will, everyone that helped us adopt the plan for the city. Thank you for selecting our neighborhood. It's been a long time running for South Round Top for any type of resilience plan or any updates. Longtime resident. I've had property there for a decade. So I'm just really grateful today. And so thank you for hearing us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised online.
All right. Any other comments the applicant or team would like to add? Well, again, thank you all for your work on this. It was an easy read to go through all the recommendations. It's nice to know that support is coming from City Council, and so therefore, hopefully, a lot of these things will get moved through PIAC, and hopefully your neighborhood will see some progress soon. All right, with that, I'll look for a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 1 without conditions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 1 without conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Docket item number 1 passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
you.
everyone.
And we're now ready for docket item number 2.
Docket item number 2 is case CD miscellaneous 2026-2, a request to approve the Prospect Hickman Mills corridor plan, generally bounded by 75th Street to the north, Bruce R. Watkins Drive to the east, 87th Street and Blue River Boulevard to the south, and the Paseo to the west. Again, this plan is completed by the Community Planning Division. So Lauren Young is the staff planner for this case.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Okay. So good morning, Commission. I'm Lauren Young, the District Planner, and with me I have Brian Jackson from Wilson and Company. And we're presenting on case CD MISC 2026-00002 for the Prospect Hickman Mills Vision Plan. So this planning process was spearheaded by the Marlboro Community Coalition, which is the umbrella neighborhood organization in this part of the 5th District. And it was funded through a PIAC grant that was applied and awarded to MCC. This is the study area, which is basically just the area of the neighborhood. So to the north, 75th Street, to the east is US 71, to the south is 87th Street and Blue River Road, and then to the west is the Paseo. And then as you can see in the diagram, this area also includes Prospect Avenue and Hickman Mills Drive, which are the key corridors in this plan, and they span pretty much the entire length of the area. So overall, the purpose of this plan is to improve Prospect Avenue and Hickman Mills Drive south of 75th Street. But a little bit of insight on the approach to this was the Marlboro Community Coalition wanted to build off previous planning efforts that have occurred along Prospect in recent years. So this includes the Prospectus Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Plan and Zoning Overlay, as well as the Safe Streets for All grant that was used for road safety along Prospect from Linwood to Emmanuel Cleaver. And despite the strengths of this community in, organization, community capacity and advocacy, the area has faced continued disinvestment and vacancy, which is diminishing the overall quality of life and limiting the area's ability to thrive. So the community wanted to continue on the momentum of previous planning efforts, as well as to create a safer, more vibrant, and economically resilient corridor. This is just a brief overview of the planning process and timeline. The first phase was patterns and relationships. So we just did a comprehensive analysis of existing conditions to establish a baseline understanding of the area. Some data points that we, looked at included demographics, so age, population, income. We looked at housing, vacancy, land use, and then mobility, such as street conditions, transit service, sidewalks, etc. The second phase focused on engaging the community to discover and shape a vision for the area's future. And phase 3 was plan development, which involved us translating both the technical understanding as well as the community's input into actionable recommendations. And we'll talk about those a little bit later. So the Prospect Hickman Mills Vision Plan advances the goals of the KC Spirit Playbook by converting the high-level citywide goals that you see on your screen into more bite-sized actionable steps for this specific geography. We found that through our recommendations, this plan met all 10 of the Spirit Playbook goals, but I won't go over all of them. A few can include, meeting this connected city goal through addressing safe environments for all road users, strong accessible neighborhoods through the strengthening and revitalization of neighborhoods and review of housing stock. And another one could be healthy environment through the promotion of sustainability, elevated design, and the fostering of equitable economic opportunity. Similarly, this plan meets the goals of the SWOPE area plan that you can see on the screen here. This Prospect Hickman Mills Vision Plan is an extension of the SWOPE area plan. So it applies the larger goals for the entire SWOPE area onto, again, the smaller geography of the Marlboro neighborhood. So you can think of this plan as a kind of similar to the neighborhood plan we saw earlier as a form of implementation for the goals listed in the SWOPE area plan. Next, I have a few slides about some data points that highlight the need for certain interventions and also correlate with like lived experience and testimony we heard from the community. So this first map is the high injury network of the city. And as you can see, there are multiple high injury network segments on the subject corridors. So Prospect right here, and then Hickman Mills down here. But then also other segments within the planning area on major thoroughfares such as 75th Street, 85th Street, and then US 71. And this map just highlights the importance of the traffic calming that we tried to implement in this plan. This is a map of crash severity from 2014 to 2024. So with the exception of US 71, obviously, the highest concentration of crash activity in the planning area occurred at this intersection, which is the intersection of Prospect, Hickman Mills Drive, and 81st Street, which the Kansas City High Injury Network identified as a high priority location. And that's a location that we focused on a lot in our mobility section. Lastly of this is a map of pedestrian infrastructure in the area. And as you can see, the red lines on the graph are gaps in the sidewalk network. So you can see in the middle of the planning area, there's quite a large gap of connectivity. There's a few trails to the south. You can see down here, the orange is the trolley track, and then this brown one I think is the Katy Trail. But they don't really fully connect into the area, so it kind of defeats the purpose. And there are striped bike lanes along Paseo, and then parts of Prospect and Hickman Mills also have bike lanes, but only those few segmented areas. So the uneven access to pedestrian infrastructure limits the walkability and connectivity of this area in general. The second phase of our planning process was engagement, which was extremely important so we can understand exactly what the community wants and needs. Most of the time planning was spent in this phase, trying to understand, what the community wanted. And this plan kind of was a build your own in a way. We started out with a really wide scope and brought it to the community and allowed them to narrow down where they wanted to focus on. We counted at least 17 instances of engagement over the course of about a year. Some examples are our advisory committee, which was formed from residents, business owners, and other corridor stakeholders. We hosted a community walking tour to get a feel for the pedestrian atmosphere along Prospect and Hickman Mills, and also to take firsthand accounts of some problem areas. We hosted and tagged along to some community pop-ups such as the Marlboro Fall Festival, had open houses for the community to provide feedback on alternatives. Some of our engagement team went door to door just to let people know that there was a planning process happening. And then finally, we did meet with underrepresented stakeholders such as employees at Alpha Point, which is, if you're not aware of what that is, it's the big manufacturing building on 75th and Prospect, and it's actually one of the top employers of the visually impaired in the country. So these are a few of the recurring themes that came out of the engagement. Obviously, there were more issues identified, but these are the ones that we saw over and over again. So inadequate stormwater management, illegal dumping and blight, vacant, underutilized lots, unsafe driving behavior, and a feeling of disconnectedness between businesses and neighbors. Phase 3 was plan development, and we broke it up into 4 different sections. So the land use section really provided the community the opportunity to tell us how they wanted their neighborhood to look and feel. Where they wanted industrial, where they wanted housing, commercial, etc. Many of the recommendations in this section do involve the creation of this place types map, which you've seen place types before. But in addition to guiding development through land use designations, we also included potential policies to increase housing diversity, such as reducing minimum lot size, simplifying setback standards, etc. All things that could potentially be addressed in a zoning update if that ever comes to fruition. For the community development section, this is just an example of what the implementation matrix looks like in the plan. Themes focused on identity and placemaking. Some recommendations included coordination with businesses to connect residents to job opportunities, and then to address safety measures that could help with blight and dumping, such as installing cameras or physical barriers to deter dumping. Green infrastructure section addresses sustainability and stormwater issues that are prevalent in the area. through green infrastructure and natural plantings, as well as furthering placemaking through landscaping, wayfinding, beautification, etc. And now for the fun part of implementation, I'll hand it off to Brian.
Thank you, Lauren. It was interesting when I interned in city planning here in Kansas City more than a few years ago. I actually got to work on the SWIP area plan. So it's kind of nice to come back and be a part of an implementation effort as part of this. And like Lauren said at the beginning, we really want to let the community kind of drive this process and tell us what was important. And I think for me, the walking tour was one of the big turning points. We started in the neighborhood at Arleta Park, walked over to Prospect Avenue, and then walked down in a circle. And a lot of people had the same thoughts, right? They're saying, well, walking through the neighborhood was fantastic. We have trees, we have houses, we have neighbors out, there's activity. When we get to Prospect, it feels different. Cars are rushing by, there's no tree cover, the sidewalks are imperfect and inaccessible, and there's not many crosswalks, and just not a lot going on. So really it felt like at that point, most people agreed that mobility was kind of the key thing. Mobility in streetscapes and like making it in placemaking. So we started with that in mind, but we didn't ignore the other items like green infrastructure and land use. But with mobility in mind, we thought it was really important to establish some goals. We know that, funds are always kind of limited. So we thought, what's the best way that we can make this plan implementable, realistic, and achievable? And we noticed that quick builds were kind of the way to go. So when we were designing recommendations, you'll see in a couple slides from now, we tried to bear in mind that like, what can we implement quickly? What can we test? What can be flexible? And what can the community react to help us perfect it before a long-term investment's made? If you go to the next slide. This is an example of what Kansas City's done in the past. Over in Coleman Highlands, they set up these temporary traffic circles. They tested it, they refined it, and now there's concrete in there and it's kind of a permanent infrastructure. We took that same thought process to Prospect and Hickman Mills. And I know there's going to be a lot to look at on these slides, so I'll try to hit the big themes of it. And you have this in your packet, of course, in the plan, but I'll go through some of the big items on here. First off, one of the things we did right away was, like Lauren mentioned, looked at previous planning work, and that means SWIP area plan, the Casey's Fair playbook, but also prospectus that is continued north of this site. We wanted to make sure any recommendations we did were complementing that work, building off of it, and not going to be in conflict. Big thanks to Public Works, who was a partner in this the entire time. They went to open house meetings. They made sure all the designs we were looking at and proposing were realistic, met city criteria, and were really instrumental in helping us refine these designs for the final plan. What you're seeing here is what we're going to do is kind of take the street like layout north of 75th Street that was recommended in prospectus and make something that complemented that. So building off that same type of street section that would reduce the current layout of having 2 lanes in both directions that allows for speeding, a lot of like quick design in there, and narrowing it down to doing 1 lane in each direction with the center turn lane. The other goal was to increase connections between the eastern and western parts of the community. Right now, it's kind of difficult to cross Prospect. There are no crosswalks almost on that entire corridor. The other goal, we really heard from people, we want to lower speeding. We want to retain parking because there's a good number of housing in that area. We also want better landscaping and beautification. So those were our main talking points and main goals to achieve as part of this. To help keep this more cost-effective and implementable, we made sure we made a design that doesn't require moving curb lines. So that allows for the quick build scenarios to test out different ideas before you make a permanent investment in it. And of course, one of the big items for this was Arleta Park is just to the west side of this at 77th Street. There's not a good connection to it right now. So if you're on Prospect, you almost don't know that park exists. One goal will be to make a more formal connection to it, an entrance, and help people bring the community into the park from there. And this, you can go back to the last, oh yeah, it's perfect. This just kind of gives you an idea what that street would look like. So instead of having the 2 lanes in each direction, you'd have 1 lane going north, 1 lane going south, and a center turn lane. This does a couple things. It gives you more space for things like street trees and landscaping to create a buffer between pedestrians and the cars. It also helps reduce traffic speeds and also is safer. A lot of times when you have a layout like this, you see a reduction in rear end crashes. Because if you've ever been driving behind somebody, maybe they don't use their turn signal, they want to turn left and they stop right in front of you, you get a lot of rear end crashes that way. A center turn lane gets them out of traffic and reduces that, so it's much safer in general. And the intersection that Lauren mentioned earlier, Hickman Mills and Prospect Drive, this was the #1 location that community members pointed out. And if you saw that previous one, there's like 6 or 7 different roadways like leading into it. It's really just confusing. People were going the wrong way south on Prospect They were making turns illegally. They weren't noticing the lights. And so this was one of our highest points of concentration. We went back and forth with multiple designs. We worked with Public Works to try to make sure we're doing things that are safe and realistic. And we came up with this. Really, the idea is to make it more natural. We align the roadways, reduce some of those redundant driveways and turning points. We made the east side of 81st Street a right in, right out, so that helps with visibility, and also closed a portion of 81st Street on the west side. And that does not remove any access for property owners. Everyone still has access to their driveways and get around there. The big change, of course, is that. The other one is south of Hickman Mills and Prospect, on Prospect there. It moves the existing cycle track from the east side of the street to the west. And what that does is better align it with the Hickman Mills bicycle track and also aligns it with the trolley track trail. So now someone doesn't have to go across traffic lanes in two different places. It's much safer and more natural. And we did preserve on-street parking on that site as well for residents and business owners. So there's no impact to the parking layout there either. And then once you get to 85th Street, this is another gateway in the community we noticed. So 85th Street, if you go east of here, goes into Dodson Industrial Complex where it's very wide. There's a lot of truck traffic. It feels very different. But west of here, there's a neighborhood. So to kind of soften that transition, we introduced on-street parking on the west side of it to kind of narrow the roadway, slow down traffic a little bit, and let people know you're leaving an industrial area and entering a new portion of the city. The other big change is you can see that cycle track lines up with the trolley track trail. So someone doesn't have to cross Prospect, 85th Street, then Prospect again to get just the trail. South of there, there's not as much right of way, not as much access, but there was enough space to add in like a shared use path for it. So if people did want to walk down there or make a connection to the future trail system in that area, there would have a connection available for them. In Hickman Mills, this one was really fun to work on for me personally. We had a lot of strong opinions about it. People said, really, this is a neighborhood street. This is something that is like, it's fully built out. There's not much need in land use changes or zoning changes, but it should function as a neighborhood street. And the very first thing I think everybody heard on the walking tour was, when you did the bike lanes, we don't have on-street parking. My friends can't come over and park on here. So we knew that was an immediate need to address as part of this as well. The good news is, the amount of space is we're actually able to combine the bike lanes on the west side and make it more functional for everybody biking and reintroduce on-street parking on the east side. And this kind of accomplishes multiple things. All the bike infrastructure is on one portion of it. It's protected still. It still has the same functionality for bicyclists. The east side now has all the parking introduced with it as part of it. And it still retains all those traffic calming aspects of it. So narrower focusing it, easier to like park on there and slow down speeds. The other items we heard about were that speeding was definitely an issue on Hickman Mills, and as well as also bad visibility because some of those curves, it's hard to see traffic coming up as part of it. One thing that we worked with Public Works to identify was locations for raised crosswalks. When we did our walking tour, there's not a single crosswalk on Hickman Mills in this area for it. So they have sidewalks in places, they have implied crossings, but nothing formally saying you can cross here. The raised crosswalks do a couple things. One, it slows cars down physically. Also, it kind of discourages truck traffic. Trucks don't really want to have to slow down, go over bumps like that. So they're more likely to take Prospect Avenue if they're traveling on it and keeping this a neighborhood street. There's one call out. It's hard to see on the very far right of the slide there. You'll see, I think it's 79th Street. We had a lot of complaints about cut through speeding. So we did do an alternative design that would kind of make cars slow down a little bit in that intersection and be more intentional. But then through our community input, we had a neighbor, Gina, who showed up to all of our meetings and she had some kind of comments about it. So working with Public Works, we found out they're going to do speed bumps on that street. So we have this in there, but we noted it as being like a backup option. So if after the speed bumps go in, this is still an issue, we have kind of another alternative they can use as part of that.
What's the backup option?
Is the realignment there at 79th Street. So if the speed bumps are successful, that wouldn't be necessary. But if it's still going to be an issue in the future, Public Works has this design they can rely on and go back to. And this is all using the existing right-of-way. There's no acquisition needed as part of it. And this is kind of a continuation of it, showing how Hickman Mills would be more of a neighborhood street and how it leads up to that Prospect Hickman Mills intersection there. And a simple section, what that would look like. So you have your bike infrastructure on one side, your sidewalks, your travel lanes, and then parking on street.
All right.
Happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
With any of these upgrades to the streets and roads, are you upgrading any of the drainage infrastructure?
We didn't examine that as part of it. There wasn't any identified issues with stormwater like management on that area.
Yeah.
We did highlight places in vacant lots where we identified development opportunities in vacant lots, but also called out ones that were in the floodplain or part of an open space buffer or conservation area, so that was known for like green infrastructure opportunities that might alleviate that.
Okay.
Can you help me understand the timing of the bike lanes and quick builds that already happened? And then I guess what that process was, because what you're saying makes a lot of sense in hindsight about stacking them on one side. And then is that something that's going to be adopted? So like, did Public Works, were they the ones who rolled out that plan? And now perhaps with this extra guidance, the next similar roadway would adopt the idea of stacking it on one side?
Yes, we had a conversation with Public Works. It happened before the current team was in there, so we couldn't really identify the process for why they were on both sides of it. But yes, putting the cycle track together is kind of the best practice that they're using now.
And then it seems like there are some quick builds in the area already. And so none of what you're proposing, though, is already installed.
No, it'd be an adjustment to what's there.
Okay. And then looking through all the recommendations, of which there are many and they all look great, do you all have any way to communicate priority or, what the impact would be relative to, so, there could be 3 projects that have similar costs, similar requirements, but one might be far more impactful based upon where it's based. Do you all create recommendations to encourage which projects should be addressed first?
I think that we leave that up to the community to decide which one they want to see first, because typically these are funded through PIAC, so they're the ones applying and requesting the projects and the funding. So I think it would be up to them whether, which one they see as more important.
It could also work out in street resurfacing scheduling. If something's planned to be restriped or fixed anyway, they might go ahead and implement that portion first.
Yeah, that also kind of goes back to the drainage. They try to typically do that kind of stuff all at the same time while the street's ripped up. So.
And do you know if anything is already on schedule in the next few years for this
I
area?
can't remember. I looked at it. It's been a little while since I've looked at that schedule.
I don't believe so. I think currently everything that's on schedule for Prospect is north of 75th, kind of on that main urban stretch through the midtown.
And then lastly, if there was in 3-5 years, just a remarkable amount of improvements made, what would have had to happen for that to occur? Would it be just lucking out with PIAC, increases to the PIAC budget, or would it be council redirecting funds for some of these recommendations?
I think that's what I would say. I mean, that's typically how this stuff is funded. So I don't know. I think it would depend on the council members if they wanted to allocate funds or just lucking out on PIAC. They're pretty successful down there at receiving PIAC funds, though. They've gotten quite a few.
Yeah, in my limited experience, it seems like this is far more Public Works mobility heavy than any other plan in terms of recommendations. And so it just feels different than the other ones, whereas it feels like there's more of a multi-pronged approach to addressing issues in a neighborhood. This seems like very straightforward mobility. And so it seems as though perhaps the approach to taking on some of these projects might be different in that sense, but it also is tough because whereas other plans come forward and the neighborhood realizes, okay, there's some things that we can do. This is one where it's like, we just need to go talk to the city to get a lot of this done.
Yeah, a bit of it. The heavy stuff is, and we did identify some community-led priorities as well, because throughout, what was really striking is the first advisory team committee where business owners and residents and other stakeholders were together. They kind of came to the top of the surface that there was a desire for them to be more entwined. They all kind of realized we don't exist in isolation. We share Prospect, we share Hickman Mills, and what happens to one of us is happening to the other ones. And I really came out that we had ideas for like a job fair, more community events as part of those that could be kind of community led, while they're waiting on like physical improvements to happen as well. But that was something that stuck with me, at least during this process, was the collaboration between neighbors and business owners, and really consensus on what they thought were priorities.
Yeah, and I would say that since we did work with Public Works on this, you know, they will get the plan to them as well, and they'll have access. So if, you know, they have funding, or I'm not sure exactly how they fund things necessarily, but if they have funding, they can go ahead and implement the quick builds whenever they see fit. So they can also use it, which is kind of why we wanted to involve them in the process. That way we knew that it was something they could actually use and implement.
So what does something like this cost?
I don't
A
have
lot of money.
I don't have a quick build estimate on it. I'd have to defer to Public Works for that one.
It might be online. He said he might come if
That may be a question and a problem for city council and not
right.
city planning, but
Leave it to them.
yeah.
Well, thank you. If there are no further questions from the commission at this time, we will open it up for public testimony.
We do have Diane Hirschberger online.
Good morning. I'm Diane Hirschberger, an active resident of the Marlboro community and author of the PIAC application that that resulted in this project. Before I forget, I want to address a couple of the comments that were just made. That bike lane on the lower part of Prospect, Public Works actually did very thorough community engagement and came to the Marlboro Coalition meetings, et cetera. I do not remember specifically what the compelling reason was to have bike lanes on both sides, but I do know they went through the community engagement process, and experience since then has resulted in a different opinion of what happened. So that was good. Also regarding the the funding and you know what it costs and the packaging, the Marlboro Community Coalition has a lot of experience in seeking funds, and so if any neighborhood could try to bite off and move this through, Marlboro could. I think in the past, since the life of the coalition, there's probably been at least $10 million that I have estimated that the coalition has advocated for, either through a parks geobond, the city geobond, or through PIAC requests. This is probably the biggest chunk, but what the experience is that we take off. The coalition has taken off one bite at a time. Anyway, I just wanted to add those. So I want to express my appreciation on behalf of the neighborhood for the city council support of this project, because we complained for as many years as Prospectus was going on that Prospect did not end at 75th Street. And we totally understood the reason that the study and all of the work done was related to transportation. But if the south of 75th Street on Hickman and Prospect are the entrance, it's the gateway to not only our neighborhood, but the east side of Prospect and the whole Prospect corridor. Staff, I want to thank the staff and also the consulting team. They were excellent, they were thorough, and they listened. And they gave the neighborhood the products and the results that were needed, which are bite-sized. First of all, a very thorough analysis, and very responsive in changing the analysis when comments were made, and providing implementable bite-sized things that, again, some funding is going to be needed for a lot, but also, as Brian said towards the end, this process connected the neighborhood with some of the businesses. The neighborhood has connections with a lot of the businesses in the Dodson area, but not all of them. But this got the attention of some of them. and open the door for some of the social kind of engineering things that need to happen in that corridor as well. The mobility is the most challenging, and that's going to take really the energy of a lot of groups. And so I just want to, I'm not very focused, and my final point is just that the residents want to see action. Because the coalition has been very active, there have been a lot of studies along the way. And most of the time, no one big thing happens that says, oh, this is a result of this project. But we want to see action, and I think there are many businesses and neighborhoods in the community that will continue to work for that to happen. So we urge the adoption of the plan.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak on docket item number 2?
There are no other hands raised online.
We will close public testimony. Anything else, applicant, you'd like to add?
I just want to thank our project partners, SWT and Hoxie, for all their hard work on it as well. I don't think we would have got the level of engagement if it wasn't for Christina and her team, and the plan wouldn't look nearly as good as it does without SWT as well. So,
Yes, thank you guys.
yeah.
All right, thank you both. We'll close all testimony, and I'll look for a motion unless there's discussion.
Motion to approve docket item number 2 without conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 2 without conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Docket item number 2 passes. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
And we're now ready for docket item number 3.
Docket item number 3 is case CD CPC 2026-25, a request to approve an amendment to the Westport Overlay District to allow drive-through facilities with a special use permit and adding standards for drive-through facilities within the overlay on about 62 acres located along Westport Road starting at Southwest Trafficway to the boundary of the MCO district and along Pennsylvania Avenue from 39th Street to 43rd Street.
One second while I find the correct window. All right. All right. All right, good morning. Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. This is the request to amend the Westport overlay. Here is the general area for the subject in question. And then here is the approved overlay map for the Westport overlay. It's in red, and then the overlay you see to the east in blue is the main corridor overlay. And then here's just an aerial view at the site. It's developed with a mixture of commercial and residential uses. And then the overlay plan or overlay district did have a focus on Westport Road and Pennsylvania Avenue. The Westport overlay was approved in 2023 on June 15th. It created additional standards for the area, which included usable open spaces and frontages, building height, building materials, transparency along the ground floor, sign types and sizes, and then specific uses. It did downzone the area to uses allowed in the B zoning district, and then it did add some prohibited uses in an effort to keep the character of the area as unique as it is, and to keep the area as pedestrian friendly as it currently is as well. The applicant is requesting to amend the allowed uses to allow drive-through facilities with the approval of a special use permit and is adding a new section with drive-through facility standards. The first 6 are the ones that were proposed by the applicant, and then they did work with staff to add 7 through 9 as additional standards after our initial review. And this is in your staff report, so I won't go through all of them. But if you would like me to stay on the slide longer, just let me know. When staff got the request to amend the overlay, we did go back to the original intent of the Westport Overlay District to see if the request would meet the intent. We did focus on the 3 highlighted intents and goals, which are promote a mix of pedestrian-oriented uses that are compatible with the Westport Plan's vision and goals, strengthen the active street front development pattern to improve public realm and enhance access to the district, and celebrate the history of Westport by promoting walkable human-scale development patterns. This request is also a 2-for-1, so you do have 2 review criterias in your staff report. The code requires that overlays be established in accordance to the zoning map amendment requirements or procedures, and the design standards for the overlay were also codified, and so you do also have those rezoning or the text amendment criteria in there as well. So this first section that I'll cover, I'm not going to go through every single criteria, but the first section is the text amendment criteria. And so criteria B is whether the proposed zoning and development code text amendment is consistent with adopted plans and the stated purpose of the zoning and development code. And for the next couple slides, I will hand it over to the 4th District Planner, Luke Rinker.
Hello, good morning. I'm Luke. I'm the planner for the 4th Council District. So as Larissa said, we looked at established plans. And the 2 for this area are the 2 long-range plans, the Casey Spirit Playbook and the Midtown Plaza Area Plan. And our analysis of that found that this amendment would have a low alignment with those plans. As you may recall, when we look at the long-range plans, we give it a high, medium, or low alignment criteria. And I'll go into the reasons for both of those in a minute. But broadly, there were 3 other concerns that community planning had with amending the overlay in this manner. One is that these long-range plans, along with the overlay itself, are designed to encourage walkability and the use of other modes of transportation besides driving. And drive-throughs just inherently conflict with that idea. Not only do they is there the physical conflict between the cars and the pedestrians as they cross the sidewalk, but there's also the idea that we want people to be choosing to park on the edge of Westport and walk through the district or arrive in Westport in a means that isn't a vehicle, and a drive-through would simply encourage people to come by car instead. And then throughout the process of both these 2 long-range plans and the overlay district, there was significant public engagement that indicated that people would like to limit drive-throughs within Westport specifically, as the overlay states, broadly in Midtown and throughout the city. And the other larger concern, which is more of a long-range concern, is that this could set the precedent that we would allow or expand drive-throughs, not just within Westport, but in other overlay districts that have specifically said that we'd like to limit those. So for the Casey Spirit Playbook, our comprehensive plan, there were a couple of the goal-supported criteria that had a low alignment. I will talk about 2 that I think are very specific. One is the Connected Cities goal, which is our mobility goal. It's how we move throughout the city. And it specifically says the city and developers should be building pedestrian-scale blocks. Those are blocks that are small and walkable and easy to traverse on foot. And a drive-through would conflict with that, as it, each one of those drive-throughs is basically a street crossing. Especially if it's a pretty active drive-through. And then the well-designed city criteria specifically references our global design guidelines. These are design criteria that we want to see throughout the city, regardless of the style of project or location of the project. And one of the very specific criteria in there says that drive-throughs should be discouraged. And that's kind of a thing that you'll see again in the Midtown Plaza Area Plan. It specifically mentions in its design guidelines that in mixed-use areas, drive-throughs should be discouraged. Westport is broadly a very classic mixed-use area in the way that it's built currently, but for Westport Road, specifically along that corridor and the site that has kind of prompted this amendment, it specifically has a land use of mixed-use community. And then that Midtown Plaza plan also says that curb cuts should be kept to a minimum throughout Midtown, and I think the amendment in front of you would limit new curb cut or new drive-throughs to existing curb cuts, but we also want to be getting rid of existing curb cuts when possible. So there's a little bit of conflict there. And then the area of Westport is a district development forum. There's a couple different kind of development forums, downtown neighborhoods. Districts you can think of as like historic neighborhoods or a college campus or a hospital campus. And those areas should really be very walkable, bikeable, and transit accessible with heavy pedestrian connectivity, not just on the edge, but throughout. And through this analysis, we believe that encouraging or allowing drive-throughs on Westport Road would kind of be in conflict with this idea that people can walk throughout Westport safely.
And then moving on to the third and last criteria for the text amendment, review criteria, whether the proposed zoning and development code amendment is in the best interest of the city as a whole. This amendment is only for the properties located within the Westport Overlay District. And like Luke mentioned, that Westport has historically been very pedestrian friendly, and adding drive-through facilities to allowed uses is going to have a negative impact on the character of the area. And then again, this is the rezoning criteria, and so not going to go through all of these. However, I did want to touch on just a few. So criteria C, what's the physical character of the area? The area is mostly already developed with commercial and residential uses. The Westport District Master Plan did describe the character of both Westport Road and Pennsylvania Avenue as two of the most iconic streets in the city, and as the primary pedestrian-oriented corridors in the district. And then the street layouts for those are oriented towards pedestrian circulation and enclosed by human-scale buildings of consistent character. And then criteria E is the suitability of the subject property for the uses to which it's been restricted. This criteria is not applicable for the Westport overlay as a whole. However, the applicant has requested the addition of the drive-through facility use so that they can add a drive-through to their property within the overlay district. That property has been used commercially on and off without a drive-through facility since before 2006, and is currently operating with an allowed retail use. And then criteria F, again, this isn't applicable for the overlay as a whole, but the applicant is currently operating out of the subject property and has been doing so without the requirement of a drive-through facility. And then criteria G, approving the extent to which approving the rezoning will detrimentally affect nearby properties. Approving the rezoning does have the increased potential to increase number of curb cuts on streets adjacent to Westport Road, which will further disrupt the sidewalk connections and create more unsafe crossing locations for pedestrians. It'll increase traffic movement on and off Westport Road, which may lead to additional traffic disruption on an already busy road. And it may cause traffic to unintentionally use the drive-through as a cut-through to the next closest street. It'll increase queuing for vehicles, which leads to an increase in noise, spillover light from headlights, and increased pollution. And then it would create a precedent that drive-through facilities should be allowed in heavily populated areas of the city, even though those areas have been identified through community planning that they should remain pedestrian-oriented. And I do have some pictures. They are from each corner, I guess you could say, of the overlay, just to take a look at the different areas. So this is from the corner of Broadway and Baltimore looking southwest. And then Broadway and Baltimore looking northeast. And then just from a view from Pennsylvania Avenue looking northwest. And then looking southeast. And then one just showing the ground floor commercial uses that are currently active on Westport Road and Pennsylvania. So with that, staff is recommending denial of the proposed amendment to the overlay. There was public testimony that was submitted after the staff report was published, and so that can be found on Compass Casey as well. And I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for city staff?
This is just a logistical question. Like, is the char bar inside this overlay or is it right outside it?
Char bar is within the overlay.
Okay. But the Sunfresh grocery store is not.
It's correct.
And the is that Raising Cane's, I think is over there. Is that in it?
The Sunfresh is not. The grocery store is not.
Okay.
I would have to check about the Raising Cane's though.
I'm just trying to visually get it in my head. Kind of a funky lake.
Raising Cane's is not in the overlay. It's
Okay,
just on
'cause
the
I was
other
like,
side
I
of the
think it
boundary.
has a drive-through.
It does. It's
Okay.
not in the Westport overlay.
Okay.
And there is an existing drive-through for the Sonic that is within the Westport overlay. And that drive-through received approval of a certificate of legal non-conforming use in August of 2024.
So there would be nothing preventing someone within this overlay from seeking like a one-time, like a special use permit without implementing the drive-through regulation for the entire district, correct?
Right now, drive-throughs are prohibited in the overlay. The only reason the Sonic is allowed to have that drive-through is because it was existing before the adoption of the overlay. And then they went through the city process to get that certificate of legal non-conforming use to make it approved.
So no one could apply for one.
No.
Okay.
There are no other questions. We will welcome the applicant. Thank you. And I have a presentation as well. Just a few slides, I promise.
Great. All right.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Chris Franze, counsel for the applicant with the Stinson Law Firm. Business address is 1201 Walnut, Suite 2900, Kansas City, Missouri, 64106. First of all, thank you all for being here, for reviewing this, and for taking the time to look at this. We greatly appreciate it. I know that there's a lot of time involved in this, and your docket is long. There's a few things that I wanted to talk about with this application. I think the right place to start is with the narrowness of this amendment. This is not opening up Westport to all kinds of drive-throughs. It is very specifically allowing pickup windows only. That means that the restrictions and regulations prohibit any on-site ordering. They prohibit menu boards. They prohibit speaker boxes. There's only one lane allowed for a pickup window, only one pickup window allowed per facility. And as staff said, no curb cuts can be added off of Westport Road. Additionally, traffic can only enter from Westport Road for this type of a pickup window and exit onto a street that is not Westport Road. So the only type of property that could even conceivably apply for this would be someone who has a corner lot or some sort of access where they can access two separate streets. One of the concerns that was raised was about limiting additional curb cuts and how they could be added onto side streets because that's not prohibited. That issue wasn't raised when we discussed that with staff. We are open to that stipulation saying absolutely no new curb cuts of any kind in connection with a special use permit for this type of a pickup window. So we are open to that to address that concern. I think it's important to note, although this isn't an application for a specific site, I want to talk about the specific site to explain the need for this. We had discussions with Councilman Rea, who is supportive of this, as well as the city staff about how to possibly get some sort of a pickup window at this location. The advice and the direction that we were given was that you cannot have a use variance. And so the only way to do this was through as narrow of an overlay amendment as possible. The specifics of the site, if you could go to the next slide. So this is the site right now. So the site operates as a cannabis dispensary under the constitutional regulatory scheme. The primary parking for the facility is directly behind it. So it's the highest P marked on there. And the primary overflow where most customers will park if that is full is across the street on the other side of Westport where the lower P is marked there. So you'll note that anyone who is coming to the facility to park is crossing the sidewalk at Westport Road currently twice. They're crossing to pull into the parking and they're crossing to pull out of the parking. My client on this has advised that they set someone out there monitoring traffic, and it's somewhere around 95% of their customers are coming by car and parking on site. That may be a unique thing for cannabis dispensaries, that they service a relatively large area, and they're not kind of smaller focused where everyone's walking to the location. So cars are currently coming to this facility to utilize it, and they're crossing the sidewalks on Westport Road currently in order to get into the parking. The proposal for the pickup lane, if you go to the next slide here, you can see the proposal is traffic entering off of Westport Road to the east of the facility, driving around on the east of the facility. The pickup window would be located at the very north end of the building there to provide as much queuing as possible. And then traffic would then circulate around out onto Clark Avenue. One thing I would note right now is with the present conditions, the parking lot behind the facility is below the grade level of the parking that abuts Clark Avenue. So there's going to need to be some pretty significant investment by the applicant here if they're able to get an approval for this, to regrade that to allow the traffic to circulate out onto Clark Avenue. If I could do the next slide. So as you can see, anyone using the pickup lane, which again, we don't anticipate that anyone who is currently walking to the facility is going to use the pickup lane. This is specifically for the 95% of customers who are already driving to and parking at the facility. They would be crossing the sidewalk on Westport Road one time, going back to the pickup window, and then exiting out onto Clark Avenue. So this pickup window is going to reduce pedestrian interactions on Westport Road with the sidewalks there. You're not having folks entering and exiting from the parking facilities on Westport Road. I also wanted to note that you can see the star marked on there, which is the location of the pickup window on the building. That provides around over 100 feet of queuing to the sidewalk back there at Westport. We conducted a traffic study for this site that indicated that at no time will this facility have more than 2 cars parked located in the pickup window, was their estimation. The average transaction time is under 3 minutes, and the number of customers going through there is not significant enough to result in queuing. So, and that's primarily a function of all orders have to be placed online in advance. You can't order at the window and wait there. So you're pulling up, your product is ready, you're purchasing it right there, and then you're driving off, and that limits the need for queuing there. A couple other things I wanted to address is why a pickup window is important for this specific use at this specific facility. As I said, this is operated as a medical and recreational cannabis dispensary. There are several patient groups who patronize these who would benefit from not having to get out of a car and enter a dispensary to purchase their product. It's people using cannabis for pain management who may have mobility issues. It's people who are immune compromised, like cancer patients, who do not want to enter a facility. They want to remain in their car in order to be safe. So there's a number of patient groups who would benefit from having the pickup window. Additionally, staff suggested in the report, and there's some, one of the other letters indicated that there's alternatives that could be used, like curbside service or delivery. Those are not going to be usable specifically because of the Missouri cannabis regulations. The staff at the dispensary are not allowed to walk out the front door with product and deliver it to someone in their car. They have to hand it directly out of the facility. It has to leave the facility in the customer's hands by the state regulations. Delivery is a potential option, but almost none of the dispensaries in Missouri do delivery. You have to partner with a third-party company who has a specific transportation license from the state. It's very high burden to go get that and costly, and just there's not really an ecosystem of that in the state at this point in time. The last thing is there was an indication that the applicant would not suffer any hardship if the application was denied. There's a few things I want to know. One, the applicant was in active discussions with city planning to apply for a drive-through prior to the passage of the Westport overlay. they were unaware that the overlay was going to ban drive-throughs. If they'd been aware, they would have submitted an application. They would have been permitted to continue with that process, even though the overlay eventually prohibits those. If they'd gotten the application in time, they would have been able to apply for that. So this isn't something coming up later. They were trying to do that at the time. And the issue's been exacerbated. There's an additional cannabis dispensary that's opening up about 2,000 feet from here, just outside the overlay at 39th and Southwest Trafficway. It has gotten a variance for a drive-through because it's located adjacent to residential parcels. A lot of these dispensaries will have 50+% of their customers come through a pickup window if it's available. That's going to put this business at a massive competitive disadvantage if they are not allowed to have a pickup window while this other location 2,000 feet away is. That's a huge issue for them. It's a big deal for these cannabis dispensaries. Lastly, I wanted to point out, we have met with Kevin Klinkenberg with Midtown KC Now. We've met with Carrie Tyndall with the Westport Business League. Neither of those individuals or organizations are opposed to this. We conducted our public engagement meeting. The members of the public who were there were not opposed to it, and the only one who commented on it referred to this amendment as harmless. And then lastly, as I indicated, Councilman Rhea is supportive of this project as well and would like to see this passed. We appreciate your review of it. We would appreciate any questions that you have and that we can answer at this time. Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? I have a few. If this were to pass, would cars be able to get to the parking lot through that same drive lane or not if there is someone in the drive lane? Yes, it is wide enough to have two cars, to have one as the pickup window and one as the access into that back parking area.
And then how many parking spaces would be reduced through this change?
We don't know the exact amount. We'd obviously continue to comply with the minimum parking requirements, but some of it is going to depend on what has to happen with the grading at the back when we grade that to level to allow cars to exit onto Clark. So I don't have that information with me.
And then if the goal is to reduce, which I realize the goal is to allow for a drive-through, but if the goal is to reduce traffic off of Westport Road, you could still go through with creating the circulation without a drive-through pickup window, correct?
Yeah, it's really about the investment in the client is not going to be able to do the investment of regrading and doing all of that work on the back end if there's not going to be a comparable increase in revenue like you would expect from a pickup window to offset that.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
How are these parking spaces normally utilized now? Who's using them?
So there's employees who park in the Clark Ave parking lot, the one furthest to the west there. And then customers are either pulling to the east of the building where the arrow is right there and parking in the back, or they are parking across Westport Road and then walking across Westport Road.
So is most of the business that's being generated foot traffic only, or people driving to the location and parking, or do you even know that statistic?
It's about 95% of the customers are driving to the facility and parking. They're not walking there.
And this may be a better question for staff, but I'm confused why this one business can't apply for a special use permit. Why does it have to be a complete?
Drive-through facilities are not permitted in the Westport overlay, so they cannot apply for a special use permit for a drive-through facility because it's prohibited.
Okay.
That's why this application is not specific to 706 Westport. It's to allow drive-through facilities in the Westport overlay.
So
Then
if
they would have to make a second application for the special use permit if this text amendment were approved.
So if we, hypothetically speaking, if we did this, he's still going to have to come back and get a special use permit to put in the drive-through, and any other business who ever wanted to put in a drive-through in Westport would also have to go through that same process?
Yes, and they could.
Okay.
And as of now, based upon the way it's written, you couldn't have a what I'll call a typical fast food drive-through with menu board and multiple windows as it's currently written. Any further questions for the applicant at this
Yeah,
time?
I do have one. So there was mention that this overlay, that they would have applied for a special use permit prior to the overlay being in place. When was that overlay?
June of 2023.
And when did the dispensary take hold of the property?
They've been operating there since at least 2019, 2020, and we're in talks with planning at the time, with planning staff at the time of the overlay amendment passing to apply for a drive-through. And if they'd put that application in, they wouldn't have been prohibited, even though it would have been passed
So
after their application.
I guess my question is, why did they not apply for that special use permit then?
Prior to
I mean, that's what
the overlay amendment?
Yeah.
If they'd known, if they'd been aware that the overlay was going to prohibit drive-throughs, they would have done it. They would have applied then. They just weren't aware of it.
I mean, as a business owner, they were made aware of everything that was going on with the overlay, right? You know, we mail out that, so they know that there's an overlay happening. So my issue here is the argument that they didn't know about it is, I mean, I don't know if that holds water.
Well, and we're not in any way implying anyone didn't send them notice or didn't do anything correctly. I'm just saying they were not consciously aware of that. There's maybe a question of should they have been? Obviously, they should have read everything, but they were not consciously aware of that at the time.
I mean, yeah, okay. That's all I have right now.
Has the legality of drive-throughs for marijuana in Missouri changed at all in the last 6 years?
It hasn't. When the adult use amendment passed, it really kind of ramped up the industry, and that's about the time frame where this all happened. That's really when folks started being able to, with the increase of revenue across the whole industry, people started being able to afford to go retrofit buildings and put in these types of facilities to maximize revenue. And it's also kind of once someone does it, then everyone else nearby either has to do that or they're at a competitive disadvantage. And so as folks started adding those drive-throughs to dispensaries, it became a huge issue where new locations were ensuring that they could put drive-throughs there. And this is just a location that was already open and an operating business in this area.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to the business owners, concern about the competitor, and the site seems well situated for it and it's on the fringe, but the counter balance of the impact to the overlay is pretty tough. Given that, that it has been legal and that the building owner has or that the operation could have pursued this earlier. Was there another question?
Yes, I have one. So I'm assuming you guys, or the business owns that piece of land where the drive-through is gonna be?
They lease it from an affiliate real estate holding company.
And have there be any conversations with a business or organization next door?
With the business located next door?
Yep.
Not that I'm aware of.
Good.
Sorry, one other comment. So the other comment you made about it not being financially suitable to do that drive, to, allow that without having the pickup, getting a special use would only allow for a 2-year, right?
It was a 5-year.
5-year.
And we specifically requested that for that exact reason, that the investment in it just needed a longer. I think staff had asked for 3 years, and we just said the math on it just doesn't work for the amount of work that has to be done at this site.
Okay, thank you.
All right, at this time, we will now open the item for public testimony. If there's anyone wishing to speak on this item, we'll start with anyone who's here in person. Please come forward. And if not, we will look for people online wishing to speak on docket item number 3. And as you start your testimony, please give your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Understood. Good morning. My name is Ethan Starr. I'm Executive Director of Historic Kansas City, Kansas City's Historic Preservation Advocacy Organization. Our address is out of the 200 Westport Road. Over the last decade, Historic Kansas City worked closely with other stakeholders in a years-long planning process leading up to the adoption of the Westport Overlay District. We were a partner alongside the city and the Westport Business League in developing the Westport District Master Plan that preceded this, I believe 2017, 2018. We conducted a comprehensive historic survey of the area at significant cost to document its buildings, development patterns, and its character. The overlay that followed in 2023, the result of 8 years of collective input by all those partners behind the plan initially, reflects the thoughtful study of the district's character and was adopted specifically to maintain Westport's historic building fabric and reinforce that pedestrian-oriented human-scale development pattern that defines it. The proposal before you would amend that overlay to allow special use permits for drive-through facilities or adjacent to our city's most historic commercial district, oldest buildings in town. City staff have recommended denial, and we support the recommendation. Drive-throughs are not consistent with the intent of the overlay, which prioritizes active street front development and pedestrian circulation. This amendment does not correct an error or respond to a broader change in conditions. It is being advanced to accommodate a specific request apart from any district-wide planning effort, which has already occurred. Allowing drive-throughs introduces curb cuts, vehicle stacking, circulation patterns that interrupt sidewalk continuity, shift activity away from the street. Staff have identified likely effects, including increased conflicts between vehicles, pedestrians, with added traffic within this compact walkable area. The Midtown Plaza Area Plan discourages these uses in mixed-use areas, and Westport has consistently been planned and understood as a pedestrian-oriented place through years of public planning and community input. The overlay was adopted with clear expectations. Changing those standards in response to a single request rather than through this broader planning process undermines the framework that has existed. A major change to a process and engagement-based planning initiative, such as the overlay, should not be undertaken to accommodate a single property owner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amelia McIntyre, 4545 Warnell, on behalf of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. This neighborhood association lies to the south and adjoins a portion of the Westport Overlay District. The neighborhood residents engaged in the development of the Westport District Master Plan. The planning process preceded the implementation of the Overlay District back in 2023. The amendment of the Westport Overlay District in this case would allow, as you know now, drive-through facilities with a special use permit and adjacent to one of the most historic areas of the city. City staff recommended denial, and Plaza Westport supports that recommendation. Again, it is a pedestrian-oriented overlay district, and this defeats that purpose, which is significant. As much as the applicant is concerned about not receiving notice enough about the overlay district, I would ask you to look at the staff report and the lack of engagement that occurred on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no one else here in person wishing to speak. We'll look to anyone online.
There are no hands raised online.
We will now conclude all public testimony. We'll go back to the applicant if there's anything you'd like to add in response to public testimony or anything else you'd like to add.
I think I would just again emphasize the narrowness of what we're asking for here. I think we've purposefully worked with staff to draft stipulations here that would limit the applicability of this amendment. And I guess I would also say, you know, we followed the public engagement process as laid out in the city code and did all the things that we were supposed to do with that. So if there are additional questions, happy to answer them, but otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. All right, this time we'll close all testimony and either discuss or I'll take a motion.
One question, I'll add to this. What hours of operation? I know this is a broader picture, but what is the hours of operation of the facility that you're talking about, the dispensary?
I'd have to, I don't have that information with me.
Okay.
But it doesn't, I would say it doesn't fall within one of the areas where I know the city is looking at 24-hour operations. It's not in that area, so it's limited.
The zoning ordinance currently limits dispensaries to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I'll just make a comment here. I agree with the vice chair chair today, on sympathetic for the specific user, but the implication on a bigger scale to me, the impact does not outweigh what the effect is on the whole area. I understand your scope is semi or relatively narrow, but it does open a door that I believe there was years of planning to keep that door closed. I kind of wish that some of those businesses that are needing that would have been at the table back when this was happening, and there was plenty of communication. So for that reason, I'm going to agree with the staff's recommendation. If there's any other comments, I'll make a motion.
I actually feel a little bit on the flip side of the coin, just because I don't see the harm in this particular location. As long as every drive-through has to come back through city planning for approval, so that we can review, evaluate, and monitor the exact location of each drive-through, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I'm probably an outlier.
I agree with Commissioner Arkin. So, I think it took 8 years of work to create the overlay, and just with the information that right now we have, my recommendation will be not. I think, we cannot just, with the information that I have right now, we cannot just go for a single business, make this exclusion.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to add, and maybe this is a process forward, is there's a group of people that worked on that overlay, right? And I think what they've discussed is engagement, right? So engaging with them to find a way that this does meet the needs of the whole neighborhood might be a path forward for that. I think one of the concerns I heard was engagement with them. Obviously, there was a group of people that created this, so maybe going to them before coming here, so that it's not just for a specific site, but more for the whole neighborhood, I think would be, or the whole overlay would be an ideal path forward.
All right, is there a motion?
Read it. Sorry. With that, I'll make a motion to deny docket item, denial of docket item number 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to recommend denial of docket item number 3. All those in favor of that denial, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And any abstentions? All right, this project has been denied, or recommended for denial.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All
right, we're now ready for docket item number 4.
Docket item number 4 is case CD SUP 2025-44. A request to approve a major amendment to a special use permit for additional parking and a building addition for a school on about 4.86 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Locust Street and Harrison Parkway.
Okay, good morning again. This is a special use permit for 3823 Locust Street for the Notre Dame de Sion High School. Grade school, sorry. This is the subject property. It's located in the Hyde Park neighborhood. Just an overview of the site. You can see the site is currently developed with one access road off of Locust Street, and then one access that heads off to an access road and then connects to Harrison Parkway. The property is adjacent to Harrison Parkway, which is an established parkway. Here is a site plan. It does look fairly busy, but I did try to make it as straightforward as possible. So the orange that you see highlighted throughout the plan is the new parking slash new design for their vehicular use areas. The green is a new play area, and the yellow is the new building addition along Locust Street. And then the red is a new proposed access on Locust Street. Here are some elevations of the proposed addition. The applicant is proposing that the addition will match the existing building with brick. And the applicant did also provide a landscaping plan. The one in your staff report packet is the older version. This new version has some additional detail clarifying exactly where that new landscaping will be, which is just the darker circles that you see on Harrison Parkway and then along Locust Street. And they also added some additional information on species and size for their landscaping. So again, here is another view at the aerial. I did just want to emphasize that the right-of-way for Harrison Parkway is this red line that you see along the southern boundaries of the property, and then it extends all the way to the south side of East 39th Street. And so the proposal does have to comply with the Boulevard and Parkway standards, and that's everything with adjacent to or within 150 feet. And so 150 feet is a little bit, maybe a couple feet in on the building that you see shown here along Harrison Parkway. There's one variance that they'll need, and that will be addressed at the Boulevard or at the Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. The applicant also provided a traffic impact study to show their new circulation for the site. They're proposing a second access or exit off of Locust where no left turns will be allowed. This is to help with their new plan of allowing for separate pick up and drop off locations for the different grades. And I will let the applicant discuss that in more detail as well. But this will allow for more of the vehicles that are currently queuing on Locust Street to have more space to queue on site and hopefully remove some of the traffic from Locust Street and put that on the subject site itself. So the main change for this proposal is on Locust Street. And then you can see this blue arrow. It matches almost exactly what is currently on site, except for right here, which is their new parking area. And then their exiting to the access road remains the same as it currently is. And so moving on to the criteria. So criteria A, this special use permit does comply with almost all those applicable standards. Again, they will need a variance from the Board of Zoning Adjustment for the Parkway standards. B, is it in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Based on the submitted traffic impact study, staff thinks that there will be a decrease in cars parked along Locust Street. And so that will hopefully benefit that neighborhood and will ease the traffic congestion that we see during the peak pickup and drop off times. The applicant did also add more landscaping, so there will be better buffers for the headlights that are proposed along that parkway and also along Locust Street for those residential houses to the west. And then criteria D, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics? The hours of operation and the outdoor lighting and noise aren't expected to change with this new development on the site. And again, they are revising their traffic circulation on site to hopefully reduce the impact that they have on the adjoining neighborhood. And so here is a view from Harrison Parkway, Locust Street, and Gillum Road. You can see the school is just on the top of this hill. And then again, a look from Locust Street. This is the existing access to the site. And then you can see the school building on the site as well. And then this is a view from their existing access. You can see where the two traffic patterns will change. One will continue straight to the back of the building, and one will continue, will turn left to do a drop off, I believe, for the younger years, early childhood. And then this is a view from Harrison Parkway and the access road, which will remain as the exit only from the site. This staff is recommending approval subject to condition.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, we will welcome the applicant.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Alicia Katarba. I'm the head of school for both our high school and grade school campus, address 3823 Locust Street in Kansas City.
I'm Brian Hill with MKEC Engineering, address 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park.
So what you see before you is a part of a multi-phase master planning process that we went through, engaging with our school community with some key goals that kind of drove everything that would happen within this plan. One, something that we want as the neighbors do is improve traffic flow. As with all urban schools, pickup and drop off are something we look at every single year and every single day. We also wanted increased outdoor play and rec space for our students. Right now, we have a K-8 playground and an early childhood. We would still continue to have those, but as you saw, there'd be an addition of a green field for our students. And then we are celebrating 100 years in our current building. The school's been around since 1912. And we need to modernize some of our classrooms. And so the additional campus, as you all can imagine, renovating a 100-year-old building with schools and kids, this would allow us a phased renovation plan for our existing building by having that new campus. But again, those were the plans that were outlined so we could continue to modernize and meet what academic classrooms look like in a historic building and neighborhood.
I will skip over some of this information. Alicia did a good job summarizing the site and the property that's shown here in red. Smaller site with access there off of Locust and then exiting onto Harrison Parkway there on the east side of the site. Want to highlight too the parkway frontages on this site that Lisa mentioned. There's significant impact to the site due to the parkway frontage. This is a unique situation where the right-of-way of Harrison Parkway extends up to this site. The right-of-way is not at the road as it typically is on a public street, and that impacts the ability of additional vehicle parking as well as vehicle use drives in the area shown here on this exhibit. There, both on the entirety of the south side of the site, as well as the east side of the site, which impacts an already tight property in an urban area. The existing circulation here for pickup and drop off is highlighted here. Again, cars enter from Locust. They proceed through the site there with that blue line on the south side of the building. They pick up and drop off on the east side of the building and then exit through the drive there on the east side to the Harrison Parkway exit there on the east side of the site. Currently pre-K and K-8 on the site share this. There's a slight stagger in those drop-off times. But there's inefficiencies with that where pre-K students take longer to get into cars with car seats and parents getting out of vehicles, things of that nature, parents having to walk across the pickup line. So there's inefficiencies there with the pre-K and the K-8 sharing a drop-off condition there on the site. Right now, cars stack on Locust starting around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And those are K-8 cars that are waiting on the EC and the pre-K students to be picked up with their stagger. So right now, the cars stack on both sides of Locust there that are highlighted in this exhibit. They're up to 38th Street on the north and then down toward Harrison Parkway on the south. Cars are on Locust now for approximately 35 minutes. So from about 3 o'clock to 3:35 in the afternoon is when Locust experiences that stacking condition with the current operations of the site. So these pictures here show that condition there. This is looking at the school entrance, looking south toward Harrison Parkway and the Gillum intersection there. And then the right picture there is looking north with cars stacked to 38th Street to the north. This is a typical day of pickup in the afternoon based on observations and documented in our traffic memo to the city. Next, I'll highlight the proposed improvements to the site. I'll be brief here. Lisa covered these items. There will be an additional 24 parking stalls added to the site on the west side. So that'll help daily operations as well as larger school events there to have more parking on the school site. A new turf playground improvement there that's going to be adjacent to existing play area on the east side of the site, a future building addition. And then these improvements here will have a minimal impact on that parkway frontage that we talked about earlier there along the south and east sides of the site. This highlights the future building addition there on the west side of the building. All right, proposed circulation. The proposed plan now separates pre-K and K-8 circulation. The pre-K circulation will be on the pink line there, entering off of Locust and turning left into the new parking area there on the west side of the building. The K-8 will continue to travel on the south side of the building and pick up and drop off along the east side of the building. This creates increased efficiency with getting cars off of Locust with the separating that pre-K function out of the K-8 operation there. A new exit drive is proposed at 38th Street there to Locust. This will allow the pre-K cars to exit there and not, again, impact the operation of the drop-off and pickup line for K-8. This is a limited amount of cars compared to the total number of students. There's only going to be, right now, there's 16 cars in the peak drop-off that use the pre-K pickup. So this will be a limited amount of cars there. And then left turns will be restricted there at that exit. So cars will go on west on 38th or north on Locust there to not come back south toward the school entrance. As I mentioned earlier, cars stacked here on Locust now from about 3 o'clock to 3:35. This will allow all those cars that are waiting on Locust now for those 20 minutes to get in, those K-8 cars, to get on the site immediately. So this will reduce the time that cars are on Locust significantly from around 35 minutes to 15 minutes or less as cars are able to get on the site more efficiently and early as they are not able to now. The east exit drive will remain. There has been concern that will go away. That will not be going away. The school has no intention of closing that, nor the city. And we're working with city staff through this process to formalize an agreement for that drive. So that drive will remain in place and will continue to be used there as an exit point on the east side of the property. So this plan, again, has a 55% parking increase on a very tight site, 50% increase in car stacking for vehicles with significant site constraints, and again, documented with a traffic memo provided to the city and reviewed by their traffic staff. Highlight a few of the neighborhood engagement process. We held a neighborhood meeting in December for the broader SGP process. We also met with the neighbors on the west side of Locust in January. Several things to highlight here moving forward based on correspondence, and the process has been the restricted left turns at the Locust exit drive. We've aligned Locust Drive with 38th Street. That was offset in the initial plan. That's been aligned to 38th Street. There are larger events that the school holds that will bring a significant amount of cars and parents and community members to the site that do cause parking in the neighborhood. So those dates for those 14 larger events have been provided to the neighborhood association, so they're aware of when those will be. There's also an all-school communication in January issued by Scion regarding the blocking of neighbors' driveways. At times, cars that are stacking on Locust will block neighbors' driveways. Thus, there's been intentionality to communicate with the school community to avoid that condition. And the school is also exploring the option of staggering grade levels on event days to limit the numbers of vehicles and folks that are on the site at any given time for those larger events. We've also evaluated a reverse circulation and drop-off. The neighbors had requested that we look at that. Several of the challenges with the reverse circulation were actually less stacking with the way the school operates the site, the potential to back up onto Harrison Parkway, which is a higher classification street than Locust, as well as the exiting the site on Locust, then would guide many of the cars south to the Gillum and 39th intersection, which is a challenging intersection there to navigate there to the south as you're exiting the site. We also provided a traffic memo. Neighbors with additional data and analysis they asked for, showing stacking numbers, showing the analysis of the traffic for the site. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the school is looking to formalize an agreement with KCMO Parks for the east exit drive. Parks is supportive of the use of that drive, and we'll be going through that process here with the permitting of these improvements to the site. So with that, we'd happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have one. So how will the no left turn be enforced during peak hours?
Yeah, there'll be signage there on that on the drive indicating the no left turn restriction, as well as communication and exhibits issued by the school, so that the ECC parents there will be aware of that. Again, that's a limited number of cars, so that's a targeted group that will be aware of that restriction.
Would there just be a notice sent out, or?
We also do videos every year to walk parents how you use your car tags, what having your placard looks like, and the appropriate lanes and where they should be.
I can also promise you, as someone who has endured the hell of school drop-off and pickup, that if you do it wrong,
You'll get honked at.
there will be lots of contact.
Well, again, that's a limited number of folks that are going to be using that drive, and so I think those folks can be directly engaged with.
Just follow up on that. So will there be any signage out to kind of indicate that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, at this time, we'll open it up for public testimony. If you're wishing to speak on this item, we will start with those who are here in person first. You can go ahead and line up. Please give us your name and address for the record. As a reminder, we'll allow 2 minutes per person unless you're representing a group, and we'll allow 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Keith Towner. I live at 3826 Locust Street. I'm the president of the Hyde Park Island Association. We're a collection of neighbors that are on Locust Street and around the neighboring area that are kind of affected by this. Is it possible to go back to the picture of what the proposal is? I can just point out it.
Yeah, the overall plan.
Either one's fine. That one's fine. Thank you.
Yep.
I think first of all, I just wanted to say, like, we're not opposed to the school making improvements to the site. We're actually in favor of that. What we really are concerned about and have expressed it to the school is that we're concerned about some of the proposals on the traffic and how it affects Locust today. And Locust is already very narrow. There are some standards within, I think the city tries to keep residential streets to a certain size. Locust is already below those sides. It's only 25 feet across. There's 3 feet of drainage on both sides of Locust as you come up south from here. There's really only 22 feet of functional space as you go up the street. Very small amount of time. You really can only get 2 cars, sometimes 3 again, if you go to sides. Hyde Park did a traffic safety study many years ago that called for less traffic into these roads and on this street. Locust is one of the few. Locust can go as two-way street. Harrison over to this side is also two-way street. All the other streets are one-way. So a lot of the traffic gets pushed down Locust and gets pushed down Harrison. And we want to add another exit and drop-off point to Locust. We don't feel like that's a great plan. As we've kind of expressed to the school and we've talked to them, we would really like to see them keep it all one way, keep all entrance from this west side to the east side. Or better yet, we feel like a better plan, and I think they kind of addressed it a little bit, but reversing drop-off would actually be better. They have an access road here. It's 285 feet to their entrance. They can stack 2 cars side by side going up to this feet. Locust is only about 210 feet. So they would have actually more, if they stack cars and sink cars into the site here, they'd actually have more space to stack cars as opposed to them using Locust where they already have a narrow street. No one uses this access road except for them. So that it doesn't affect the neighborhood at all, doesn't make any problems with the neighborhood. And so that's kind of what our contention was. And one of the things we proposed was, hey, can we, switch this to them, or would they be willing to do something like that? Or at the very least, keeping all the traffic flowing one way, because today we've already got a narrow street on Locust, and and if you add entrances and exits on it, you're going to be adding more traffic to an already narrow street. So.
Sorry, just quick question.
Yeah.
So one of the proposals would be enter from the service road and then exit out both on.
Yeah.
On
100% fine. Because the problem is stacking. They don't let cars onto the property until 3 o'clock. So they'll come here at 2 o'clock. I came home yesterday at 2 o'clock, and they'll sit there until 3:30, right? So there's cars stacked here, there's cars stacked here. And again, I understand they're there for pickup. That's fine, but they don't let them onto the property. So this proposal doesn't help that problem at all, really. If you go here, nobody's coming up that road except for them. So again, at a very minimum, the association would love to keep it one way, because we don't want to prohibit the school from expanding in any way. But I think reversing it is actually a better plan.
Is there an issue with the drop-off in the morning, though, that traffic?
Not as much, no. Not in the morning, not as much. I'm not there in the morning,
pickup.
and it's really pickup is more of the problem.
Afternoon.
I get it.
Yeah, and I just had one question. Can I ask a question? Did you do a traffic impact study? Was that done by was that done by somebody? They mentioned a traffic study, but I didn't know who did the study.
Yeah, we prepared a traffic document memo that was sent to the city and reviewed by traffic staff that highlighted the traffic analysis, how cars stack today, proposed stacking, distances, access points, and the benefits of the plan. So yes, that was provided based on the SUP process.
It's on page 18 of the packet. It'll start on page 18 of the packet and go on from there.
Thanks. Thank you for the testimony.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly McKenna, and I live at 3800 Locust Street, which is directly across from the Scion School and the new proposed exit. I'm going to read my statement. The plan presented assumes about 16 to 19 cars exiting twice a day and does not consider the new traffic situation that will be created. Even at the relatively low level of use, it will create safety and traffic challenges which need to be considered and planned for before the plan is approved, especially if actual use differs from what is currently intended, which is likely. The new intersection and throughway to 38th Street will create safety and traffic problems especially when actual use exceeds expectations over time. Visibility when exiting the drive is a concern. There's a stone wall obstructing the view of traffic coming from the right when cars will exit from the new driveway. Cars are often parked in front of the wall, layering the visibility hazard. Without careful consideration of current traffic and parking, the new intersection will be hazardous, particularly for pedestrians, children walking to school, and commuters sharing the space. This plan would also introduce new through traffic onto 38th Street, which is a narrow side street that already experiences congestion. The submitted traffic impact study does not consider new traffic patterns or this intersection. The safety and usability of my own driveway will be a major concern. Although we have removed 3 trees at the corner of 38th and Locust and visibility has improved, navigating the area still requires caution, especially regarding traffic on Locust. There are additional factors that contribute to congestion. The apartment complex on 38th Street has an entrance where residents park on the north side of the street throughout the day. Deliveries are frequent, and trash collection services 6 households along the street. At the west end of 38th and Gillum, the intersection is set back by a bikeway, which can make crossing confusing. Is that too bad? When pedestrians and oncoming vehicles are present at the same time. Once the new driveway exists, parents in a hurry to get to work may choose the shorter route through the new exit, increasing the risk of collisions at the corner and directly in front of my driveway. Cars already back up and wrap around the corner during peak times. If traffic is reduced to 1 lane on the street, driving could come to a standstill, limiting access for residents and potentially delaying emergency vehicles. The street is not designed to be a throughway. If at any time the road on the east side of campus is closed, this new driveway will become the new exit for the school. I've reached out to James Wang and Angela Eli at the Parks Department to find out if this is a possibility and have not heard back. My house is on the National Historic Register, and part of its charm is its situation between the Pilgrim Chapel and the Scion School, and it being in a peaceful residential neighborhood. Scion is a beautiful school, and my son graduated from there. I want it to thrive. My concerns are important constraints that must be addressed before approval. With thoughtful planning, I believe designers and city traffic engineers can develop a solution that reflects the realities of this street, prioritizes safety, and maintains safe access to my driveway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amelia McDaniel. I'm the Executive Director of the Pilgrim Center, operator of the Pilgrim Chapel. We're located at 3801 and 3807 Gillum Road, so 1 block west of the intersection that will be created or added to by this additional entrance or exit to the Scion property. And I want to say, first of all, I am the Executive Director of the Pilgrim Center. I'm also on the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association Board as the recording secretary and the chair of their engagement committee. And that is in large part my role here today. It's not so much as a neighbor of this project, because as a neighbor, I work there. I don't live there. I'm here to support the folks who live there and will have to deal with this on a daily basis. As an organization centered there, we've worked a lot with the Notre Dame de Sion Grade School. I teach their children things in our Labyrinth and Butterfly Garden in Hyde Park. We've collaborated on our 5K that we do on Thanksgiving, and in many ways, I've really enjoyed being their near neighbor. They maintain a beautiful campus. We're excited about the education that they offer to students. My own niece graduated from that school as well. So in no way am I here wanting to thwart their plans. We just have concerns about the way that traffic will be impacted. Other folks have mentioned the narrowness of 38th Street and Locust, and I would concur with that. There are no residences facing 38th Street in that block, but there's a lot of through traffic. There are several driveways there. We ourselves have no off-street parking for guests at the chapel. We do have off-street parking for staff. So these are already loads that are on the neighborhood. We also have that Gillum cycle track there on Gillum Road. So as this traffic comes down 38th Street, the potential too that we want to point out to you all is that many times parents are driving in ways that do not follow the guidelines. They may very well not listen to signs. They may not listen to schools saying this is how you should be driving in the neighborhood. And we say that because we've witnessed that. And we say that because we've been, neighbors and residents have been told to expletive when they've been asking parents to move out of the way of their driveway, right? So it's not something that we're fabricating. It's something that happens. And that isn't the fault of the school. I mean, the school is communicating, I believe, but we have to recognize that actual use will differ from the intention. And so as folks come out 38th Street, then down that hill, they're gaining speed. They're coming right to a stop sign and right to that Gillum cycle track, which I think should be protected from all of this traffic. So if we have this additional entrance / exit, however it may be used, and we have folks stacking to enter and then some folks exiting, we have a lot more traffic on Locust. If they continue to use the Harrison Parkway exit and keep that traffic going that way, that's one thing. But we've also been told in casual conversation that that exit will be closed for times while the building is being, during that phase development, that building improvement. So again, that's from officials that makes us nervous. It's not to say that that's not part of the plan. They're saying it's definitely not. But when we hear those things, we just get concerned. We start to wonder if we're being dealt with in a straightforward manner. And we don't want that to be the case. And it started to make some kind of, increase the concern. So I want to reiterate that because we see, regardless of the traffic pattern that's determined, I would advocate strongly for what I see at many other schools around Kansas City, which is a traffic monitor personnel person to be there at drop-off and pickup and for any special events, because that's another issue where parking is a huge concern. And again, parents aren't always following the rules. They're late. They might be frustrated. They might not, behave in the best way all the time. We're not all our perfect selves all the time, right? Particularly behind the wheel. I mean, if we're honest. I want to make sure that we consider the neighbors who have to deal with that on a daily basis, getting in and out of their homes, right? How can we help them do that better? And what I've just participating through a role here that is primarily supportive, I want to say that I've just heard a lot of disappointment with the engagement. I've heard from neighbors who said that letter was sent out, but it looked like junk mail, so they threw it away. They didn't even open it. It's from some engineering firm. They don't know who that is. I've heard neighbors say that when they went to the website that was stated in the letter to give their feedback, the website did not work. And when they emailed representatives, including Brian, they received no response. I know that I emailed him with my concerns and received no response. So in some ways, engagement was lacking, or may have been lacking prior to this plan being developed. These neighbors weren't engaged, at the beginning of the plan, and they were kind of brought in at the mandatory public engagement level, which again, I'm not saying the school's done anything wrong, but I think all of those symptoms, all of those things have led to this overall feeling of unease, of not being asked, of something being kind of forced on us, and then wondering, how will that impact us? So if that's my time, I believe I'm done.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm Courtney Koger. I live at 3816 Locust, directly across from the existing driveway into the school. Our concerns are for the needs of the neighborhood. We have a lot of pedestrian traffic. We have a very narrow street. And the school has told us that approximately 20% of the traffic for the drop-off is going to take this new route and come back on Locust. So instead of having 100% of the traffic we have on Locust, we're going to have 120% of the traffic on Locust. There are more cars dropping off and picking up at the school than there are residents living on the street from Gillum Road all the way up to Armour. This is a significant traffic burden. And when the school says, oh, we'll post a sign that says no left turn, we'll tell everybody who's picking up kids no left turn. We have lived the experience of how well those drivers obey those rules. And the answer is not always. Many of them do, many of them don't. We've had cars parked to block our driveway during school events. We've had cars not queued up parking along the side, parked on the side of the street waiting, but in line waiting to turn in who block driveways. We've had other instances. We've seen cars where there are lines coming from Gillum and coming down from 38th waiting to turn in, and other drivers get impatient and try to cut up the middle and can nearly get involved in accidents. If the pedestrians are kids going home from school, are we creating a condition by increasing this traffic that is going to be significantly unsafe? That's our concern. It's none of the rest of what the school is doing is a concern to us. We welcome the changes, but we are very concerned about increasing the traffic flow on a very narrow street in a residential neighborhood. And we believe that the reverse circulation in particular would be very helpful. There's a picture that's been submitted to you for the record showing when the school was doing that, and there were cars stacked on that no-name access road on the other side. So it's possible, but at a minimum, we would like traffic kept to one way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in person who'd like to speak?
Hi, my name is Leslie Koger. I live at 3816 Locust Street, directly across from the school. One of the pictures they showed you was this car stacking on Locust. Well, what they didn't show you in that picture is that there's no parking. It's already signed as no parking where all those parents are now stacked. So we've already seen that the parents are not following the signage that the city has put out. I also have seen children leaving Scion to go home, and they walk between the cars that are stacked on Locust, trying to get in. Those parents have denied myself personally access into my own driveway. I have been sitting there in my car with my turn signal on, my window rolled down, saying, I'd like to turn left into my driveway. And parents have told me, no, you wait until I'm past. I've not been the only parent that has been affected by this. The school wants to improve, the school wants to grow, that's fine. But don't do it at the cost of a small residential street by adding more traffic on Locust. Find a different way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's no one else here in person with us, then we'll look to those online.
Sure. First, Chris Koch.
And as Chris is promoted and takes themselves off mute, if you're wishing to speak, please raise your hand so that way staff knows to promote you when the time is correct. All right, Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Commissioners. Chris Koch, President, Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. Don't want to duplicate any of the testimony provided today, especially since Amelia spoke on behalf of the Neighborhood Association. I just wanted to echo the sentiment that we hope the neighbors' concerns do be heard and recognized by the school, and that some sort of accountability and responsibility be met by the school for the actions of their patrons that are inherently there because of the presence of the school. And so we hope that if this motion does proceed forward, that there is some sort of condition that's included for traffic monitoring by staff and personnel after hours for that pickup. We know staff don't want to do this, but this is something that's regularly presented at most schools, and they recognize that as a safety enhancement. And so we hope that that can be something included with this proposal if it does move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Margot Shepard.
Good morning. I'm Margot Shepard. I live at 3706 Locust. We've lived there for 41 years. So we've seen a lot of issues with pickup and drop off at the school. I'm very much in favor of what the school has done in order to get traffic off of Locust and get more of the carpool pickup line onto their property. I think that's going to alleviate a large part of the stacking issue that we have right now with cars being backed up. So I want to applaud the school for their good faith effort to solve this issue. And adding the additional parking on premises is, I think, going to be a very big positive for the neighborhood. And I'll also add that when the new gym was built, they did have that access road added on the west side of the property. So it's nothing new, really. It's just something that has been done before, and I don't think it created a lot of problems as far as pedestrian safety. So I think that happened back in like 2005.
Thank you very much.
Those are all the hands online.
All right, then at this time, unless there's anyone else, we will close all public testimony. Momentarily, I'll send it back to the applicant to respond to public testimony. I want to briefly just note, we have the benefit of seeing this with fresh eyes, so don't have the lived experience of neighbors who've had to deal with the implications. Before the applicant addresses, what I think were some great questions and ideas, I want to note that, at least from my personal perspective, what it appears to me is that the applicant has come forward with a proposed solution or an effort to create a proposed solution. And so when we see a traffic study, this is the practice. Typically, when we see a traffic study, we assume it to be in good faith and accurate. So if it's saying this is the planned reduction, and then city staff has a whole team of traffic engineers, if city staff recommends approval of a traffic study, we do take it in good faith. So I want to be clear that what it appears to me is that there is an effort at a solution. But again, as noted, I think there are some really good points brought up. So I'm eager to hear the applicant respond to those. But want to acknowledge that, as we know, the school's been there for 100 years. These traffic problems have persisted for a long time. And I think that sounds miserable to not be able to turn into your own driveway. And so from my perspective, it seems as though this is the right step and the right effort, and that it would be an improvement, not a regression. So with that, hopefully the applicant took some notes on some of the things that were brought up, and we'd like you to address them to the best of your ability.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A few thoughts and comments here. I just want to reiterate that this does improve the conditions on Locust, that cars, like I said, stack there for 35 minutes today. And this will directly reduce that, to less than 15 minutes. There is significant stacking that we're providing on site that exceeds the stacking of cars that are on Locust that has been observed by our team, by the school, by the city traffic engineer. There's a direct impact in a benefit way to Locust and to the cars that are going to be on there on a daily basis there every afternoon. In regard to the exit drive, and is it possible to pull up that plan again? The exit drive is proposed there so that we can completely separate ECC and K-8 students. If that exit drive is not there, ECC students will need to get back into the queue on site of the K-8 line, further congesting the site and then further backing cars onto Locust and slowing that process. So while there is a new exit drive to Locust with this, again, that is a limited amount of cars, and that then provides the benefit of getting cars off Locust quickly, reducing that duration of stacking on Locust there for the overall benefit of Locust and the school site. And then if you could go to the last couple slides there, right there.
Hey, can you make sure you share it?
There was a comment regarding visibility with existing wall there at that exit. This is standing, I'm sorry.
Almost.
This is standing at that exit drive where a person would be sitting in their vehicle exiting that drive. And this is looking both south on Locust and north on Locust. And there's visibility in both directions. There's no impediment based on any wall or tree there at that exit. So I just wanted to address that as well, that there is visibility there. This will be an exit-only drive. There's a comment about potential entrances on this. This will be an exit-only drive in the plan and will be used in that manner. Again, the east exit, I can speak on behalf of Scion and our conversations with City Parks department will not be closing, and will be used for operations moving forward with that. And also, again, we did look very closely at that reverse option that has been mentioned. And the challenge there is that there is less stacking because you have less stacking on the school property there than you do with the other direction, with where pickup and drop off is done. And then also the potential vehicle stacking on a larger and busier road there on Harrison Parkway with a higher classification street.
So, question specifically about that. So, can you go back to the map? Can you explain how there is more? I mean, I see what you're saying. There's more stacking on that drive internally, but why couldn't you just stack through that parking lot to the east?
Because of where all of the kids get picked up in their holding areas on that playground. So like that part can't move because I don't have any other space between a cafeteria, which
the pre-K,
yeah,
okay.
not the pre-K, on the other side. That's where we do the K-8 pickup. So you'd have a very limited access point of stacking right there, of us calling kids' names and getting them into cars and out. Because that's the only place we can fit, either they come through the gym doors, grades 5 through 8. They come through a different door if they're younger. So that's the only central place where we can get the kids out. Like I couldn't move, pick up and drop off to the other side.
Is that at the blue, the future, but exactly where I can't see the map. Oh, there we go.
I'm talking about, can you point to where
North
the
of the
playground
field.
is? Of where we do pick up right now. For K-8 is right there.
How much parking are you adding?
Yeah, we're adding 24 stalls. There's currently 51 stalls on the site, and we're going to 75. So it's a pretty substantial increase, especially with the constraints that I mentioned earlier with the parkway requirements here.
So, and well, you're losing some spots where that field is going, right? Throwing this out there, could you not rotate the field 90 degrees, bring that exit drive to a drive, go up above the field and down, and then you get way more stacking? Because then you're looping up, over, down, and around.
Yeah, we looked at that, Stark, and the challenge with that is safety of students and continuity of play. There's an existing play area here on the northeast side of the site, and this is a new turf play area. And so we need those to be contiguous to each other and not have students crossing drives on the school site. Student safety issue.
And you don't want stacking on Harrison Parkway if it's not enough.
Correct.
That's going to happen anyway down on Luke. If there's not enough on Locust, wouldn't they go down?
No, because they're going to come and stack this way, not up from Harrison Parkway.
Right now, on a typical day, cars stack on Locust, 238th and 2 Harrison Parkway. Occasionally they wrap around. With the stacking that would be provided on the opposite direction, again, you'd have less stacking, and then cars would stack onto Harrison Parkway.
There was a suggestion so I fully track about where pickup is and the amount of stacking within the site. There was a comment about the possibility of having 2 lanes that stack if you were to reverse. Did you all review that as a possibility?
We did. The challenge with that scenario is that the separation of ECC and K-8 still needs to happen. And so if cars come in there, ECC cars would still be in that mix of cars further stacking cars onto Harrison Parkway. And so if that was double stacked, then ECC cars would not have an avenue to get over to the west side of the building there, and again, further increase the potential stacking on Harrison Parkway.
There's also, I mean, I don't know if you have any statistics on this, but like there's a significant time difference between dropping off a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old than there is dropping off a 13-year-old. Like it is.
Yeah.
And there's not a solution for that.
And this is the first year, so we were able to cut our carpool time in the afternoon down in half. Because we had separated out, this is the first year we've actually tried to separate out the 63 early childhood kids that, and again, the 2-year-olds need picked up, carried, put in the car seat. The 3 to 5, 3 to 6-year-olds, they still need to get there, and the parents need to buckle them, or the teachers need to buckle them before they can move. So by moving them out of the lane, we're able to get the majority of our students out faster in the K through 8.
So our estimate is, I mean, it will cut down stacking on Locust from 35 minutes to 15 minutes. It's likely less than that because then there's the efficiency of what Lisa just described.
And then, did you have?
No, I was just wondering, so there was also a recommendation on having like a traffic control from a staff traffic control. Did you guys address that?
We
Or what
currently
thoughts?
have a security guard that's working on traffic. He's on the front end helping with our main crosswalk and all of the parking and calling kids out and making sure that they're crossing there. What we will have with the early childhood is we'll have all of the adults right there. So even though they wouldn't be a crossing guard right there, and again, if the need arises for it, schools, our children's safety, we're not going to take that lightly. But we will have the adults that are right there who are carrying and putting the little kids in. So we will have eyes on it, and we can tell if someone's not making a right hand, or if they are making a left hand turn with the sign right there. We'll have eyes on that from all of the teachers too.
Any other things you'd like to add, applicant, or any other things before we close all discussion or close all testimony?
So we appreciate your consideration of this today.
All right, we'll now close all testimony and can discuss anything or take a motion. Again, I'll just reiterate that it sounds like a very frustrating situation for people on Locust, and of course, we're sympathetic to that. Taking the applicant and the proposal as it's presented, this looks like a step in the right direction. Fully understand people might still be disappointed that there's existing stacking, that there might continue to be stacking, but it seems like a material improvement, at least from my perspective.
It's an imperfect solution, but it's the best one you got, is what it sounds like to me.
I'm just concerned about the enforcement of the left turn. That's my spot where I'm concerned about.
Thought would be that if someone is exiting and there's still people on Locust, East 38th is going to be a much more desirable exit, because I'd rather go straight and then turn left onto Gillum, because instead of turning into traffic, if there's a
Yeah, but just my experience with drivers, people just don't always think clearly. Let's say you're running late, you want to get to places faster. I feel like there needs to be somebody there.
I agree.
Just the enforcement of it. Just because you have cameras doesn't mean it's going to be enforced. Like where's the bite? That's where
I agree with that. I think people act differently when they know they're being watched.
Yeah.
I don't think we can condition having a monitor, I don't believe. I don't think that's a land use item.
I don't think that's our role list,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
May I point out that, as I've already said, there's already signs that say no parking on the east side of Locust that
Yeah,
parents start at 2:00.
So I believe, and we
didn't know that-
can ask city staff, but I would imagine that stacking is considered different than parking if someone's in a lane that's intended to be.
What is stacking other than stopping your car in one place, turning off the key and sitting there with your feet hanging out the window? Is that not parking? What's the difference between that and stacking?
Fair question. I'll see if any city staff wants to answer that.
I don't believe we have anyone here from Public Works.
But you're correct. I mean, that functionally they operate the same way for a while, but I believe the non-technical definition would be exiting your car, parking there without the intent to move. Whereas if you're stacking, you're probably in the car and intending to move in the near future.
And Jeff Bryan is here from Public Works as well.
Jeff, you're just going to sit there quietly and.
Good morning. Yeah, still morning. Good morning, Commissioner Jeff Bryan with Public Works, and like I said, with no parking, we'll say urban schools can kind of make things go out the window. So yeah, while there's typically no school, no parking on a street, but with the, usually the pickup times are the worst times. So it may happen where it's not ideal, but yeah, the intent would be to no park where you're sitting there, but for a school, I think it's kind of a different situation, but not sure if that helps you or not, but.
Got it. Thank you.
Going on to that left turn, actually, this is a question for you.
Sure.
Is there anything that we can do with the street markings? I know that there's been ordinances about, I think there's an ordinance that had been passed about no passing the school bus or no left turns. I can't remember exactly where it came from, but is there anything we can do from the Public Works angle to limit people turning left there?
No, it would be the typical signing and pavement markings would be the way. So yeah, there wouldn't be anything else other than, like you said, mentioning a person out there physically making sure they don't, but otherwise it would be signing and striping.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Wouldn't one of those quick build solutions with the spikes help alleviate that problem?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yes, I imagine applicants already working with Public Works to some degree, but we could certainly try to, ask for something else or condition something else. I don't know how often there's extra striping in front of driveways, for example, and if that's something that can happen at applicant's expense, or if it's something that Public Works can do in coordination with the rest of the project.
If the city's maintaining the street, would they have, that wouldn't be something that they have to include in their plan, though. Or be allowed to, would it? I don't know.
Right, so anything that is occurring on their plan, we can add a condition that they add it to their plan before, like, Board of Zoning adjustment, so we can see it and route that out for review to see if Public Works approves of that change. But if it's happening offsite on the right-of-way, they can show it, but we can't enforce that because that's not the land use.
We could recommend that extra striping on Locust is added in the plan with the acknowledgement that the applicant wouldn't have the ability to do it, but would, create the conversation with Public Works and hopefully would provide a good model with which Public Works could act upon and the neighborhood could push for.
I'm supportive of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Someone want to make a motion then?
How do I motion that? I know. So you want to restate that, or actually, motion to approve docket item number 4 with conditions, with the added condition stated by the vice chair. Right? That works. All right.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 4 with conditions and the addition of one final condition. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The project passes. Good luck, and hopefully you'll continue to engage the neighborhood to try to remedy that situation as much as possible. And thanks to everyone who came out to speak on the item.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to do one more case before breaking for lunch. Docket item number 5.
Docket item number 5 is case CD SUP 2026-4, a request to approve a renewal of a special use permit to allow the continued temporary use of 2 modular buildings in District R6 and R80 on about 94 acres generally located at the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Congress Avenue.
Are we going to break after this case?
Should be online. Applicant is online.
Good morning, Commissioners. Genevieve Kahn-Smith, City Planning and Development. And this case may look familiar to you. This is a special use permit for the modular buildings at the Park Hill High School. And this is a renewal of their special use permit. Just to refresh you, the site is located in the northern portion of the city. And this is the site highlighted in yellow at Berry Road and North Congress. And again, the City Planning and Development Director is authorized that temporary use requests can be processed as special use permits. And that is why this is before you. And the original special use permit was granted in 2024 with a 2-year expiration period, since the school did not have a removal date at that time. And so the Commission and the Board of Zoning Adjustment agreed on a 2-year limit. And the buildings have not moved. They are in the northeastern portion of the site. And the site plan showing the pedestrian connection to the existing building. And since the buildings were installed, there was some additional landscape screening provided. So you can see in 2024, no screening, and then currently they did add that screening. And with that, staff is recommending approval subject to conditions, and the new expiration period is December of 2028 as the anticipated completion for the Park Hill projects, which I think will be in a different special use permit, is the school year beginning in 2028. So this should be the last time you see this.
Great. Any questions for city staff? Seeing none, we will welcome the applicant.
Hello, Ryan Walters, Hollis Miller Architects. Did you need my address?
I don't think so for applicants, because we know how to find you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think the report pretty much told it all. This is hopefully the last request to continue to have modular classrooms on this site. Once the new addition is complete and opened in August of 2028, we will be able to remove these. The district will no longer need these modular classrooms on site. And I think that really concludes it.
Great. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll now open it up for public testimony. If there's anyone wishing to speak on docket item number 5, please either come forward or raise your hand on Zoom.
There are no hands raised online.
We will close public testimony, and I'll look for a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 5 with conditions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 5 with conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Docket item number 5 passes. Thank you for the project, and we will take a 30-minute break and be back at 12:20 for docket items 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Thank you.
Yeah, our applicants were here. They have not returned.
Oh, the applicant, you're saying?
Yeah, I have the next two cases and they both, I think, one's putting money in the parking meter and I'm not sure what.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting for the recording to start. Yeah, let's start it. All right, thanks for your patience and welcome back to the April 1st City Planning Commission. Do we have the applicant for docket item number 8 online? And is the staff planner available?
I can have the staff planner come down.
Let's do that just in case. So the docket items left to be heard are docket items 6, 7, 8, and 9. It is typically our preference to have the applicant available online or in person. We do not have the applicant currently for docket items 6 or 7, so we might go to 8 or 9 if we have an applicant and staff member combo on either of those.
Well, you want to do number 9?
Do we have the, who? Matthew, perfect. Great. All right, we're going to docket item number 9.
Weren't there people here earlier to testify?
Before docket item number 9.
Yeah.
Just give everybody 2 more minutes and,
Good.
okay.
We'll wait 2 more minutes, which would put us 5 minutes past the stated time, and then we will proceed with any docket item where there is a staff member and an applicant available.
Well,
I'm ready. I've been here. I'm ready.
Where are you going on vacation this month?
This is actually the only month all year I'm not
Okay.
scheduled to go on vacation.
we have the
Where
applicant
do you go
and the
next?
staff planner for number 6.
All right, great. Please open up docket item number 6.
Docket item number 6 is case CD CPC 2025-175, a request to approve a major amendment in District UR to allow for an event space on about 9 acres generally located on the northeast corner of East 63rd Street and Bushman Drive. Justin Smith is the staff planner.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. In front of you is docket item number 6. Subject site is located within the 5th District, just west of Highway 71, located in the boundaries of the Swope Area Plan. A closer look at the site, you can see it's just east of Paseo and East 63rd Street. And then just for reference, we'll only be paying attention to this highlighted yellow section of the urban redevelopment plan. So just a brief history on the site. The original UR plan was approved in 2010. In 2023, the same applicant, Mr. Peterson, applied for a major amendment to allow for an entertainment venue in the detached building on the southeastern side of the lot, which was previously a bank. And that did get approved. So today's request is an additional major amendment to allow for an additional entertainment venue. The most recent major amendment only allowed for an entertainment venue in that one location, other than allowing them in the whole urban redevelopment plan. So all the conditions from the controlling ordinance will remain, and no facade changes are requested, other than, the typical tenant finishes like signage, which was not reviewed with this request. So here's a look at the site, a view from Bushman Drive and East 63rd Street. And then here's just a view of the interior parking lot. With that, staff recommendation is approval subject to conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for city staff? If there are none, then we will welcome the applicant.
Excuse me. My name is Claude Peterson, 1620 East 63rd Street. I've been working with the Blue Hills Association, Neighborhood Association, for the past 6 years. As Justin stated, 3 or 4 years ago, I got the bank approved to be an event space, but health issues. I had a couple of kidney transplants. Wasn't kidney transplants, so it kind of put me back behind a little bit. So now we wanted to move forward with it, and I've got their full approval. I've been working with them, going to the association meetings and helping to clean up the area. So I was hoping you guys would approve it so we can go on with the space.
Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anyone wishing to speak on docket item number 6, please raise your hand online.
There are no hands raised online.
We will close all public testimony for docket item number 6. And unless there's anything else you want to add, then I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 6 with conditions stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 6 with conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Docket item number 6 passes. Good luck with the project.
Thank you.
And
That was
then
gonna be like that other one. Thank you. Yep.
we are now ready for docket item number 7 if the applicant is available.
They're not here yet.
All right, then do we have someone here for docket item number 8?
We don't have the staff planner down from 15 yet.
All right,
So do you want to go on to number 9?
let's go to docket item number 9.
Okay, docket item number 9 is case CD CPC 2026-11. A request to approve a rezoning from District R 1.5 to District R 0.5 on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 3112 Flora Avenue. Matt Barnes is the staff planner for this case.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development here with docket item number 9. Give me 1 second to share my screen. Which is rezoning at 3112 Flora Avenue. The site is located within the 3rd Council District, within the heart of the area, heart of the city area plan. You can see its location there, just south of downtown. And here's a closer view yet. You can see the Paseo Boulevard on to the west side of the site, Linwood Boulevard to the south. The site that we are looking to rezone today is highlighted in yellow, adjacent to Flora Avenue. And here's just that street view looking west from Flora. You can see it's currently a driveway that serves the site to the west. Let me go back a slide. So you can see this parking lot here is only accessible through this driveway here. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from District R 1.5 residential to District R 0.5, which is also a residential zoning district. They own all the properties to the west there highlighted in green, and I'll let the applicant speak more on any future plans, but they are looking to rezone this R 1.5 parcel to the same as the R 0.5. This would allow for development on that parcel to the west to be in compliance with the Boulevard and Parkway standards once developed. It is in conformance with the heart of the area city plan, as it recommends residential medium density, and there's no area plan amendment required. Just to highlight, to the north, south, and east of that site, our properties are zoned R1.5. Properties west are zoned that R0.5. So it is adjacent to those 0.5 properties. To the north and south are properties owned by the church, and there's also accessory parking to that across the street. And then this will allow for that property to be, as I stated, developed in accordance with the Boulevard and Parkway standards of 88323. The Society of St. Pius did submit a adjacent property owner opposition letter, which was included in the staff report. They do state that they're supportive of the broader goals of the renovation and expanding of housing, but want further review of that development. They say that rezoning would create inconsistency with the adjacent residential properties, increased parking, traffic noise, and congestion, and worsen safety concerns. And they also state that the rezoning is premature and propose a land swap instead. Staff has not reviewed any kind of proposal of a land swap, or our knowledge is limited to this letter. So I'll have the applicant and or opposition speak further onto that. At the public engagement meeting on February 23rd, no attendees were present. The meeting was closed after 30 minutes, but it was held. With that, staff recommends approval of docket item number 9, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for city staff on docket item number 9? If there are no questions, then we will welcome the applicant.
Hello. I have a presentation. My name is James Baker. I am representing the owner, Mid-City Towers 2 Incorporated, which is a nonprofit board which owns the Mid-City Towers 2 right next to St. Regis. I'm with Folsom Housing Group. We are a developer out of Lee Summit, Missouri, and do affordable housing development in Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, and Oklahoma, but do a lot here in Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. So to speak on the rezoning, you can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, the Mid-City Towers 2 project, which we'll see a picture of the building here in a minute, is owned and operated by Mid-City Towers 2 Incorporated, which is kind of an older program where nonprofit boards were created in the 70s and 80s to own and operate affordable senior housing projects, a lot in both rural, urban, and suburban. We've partnered with the board to put together a proposal, which I'll share a little bit future. But a quick history of Mid-City Towers 2. So as you might know, the St. Regis is next door on Flora and Linwood. So in the 1970s, they had proposed 2 projects with HUD to convert St. Regis into affordable housing and then to build the Mid-City Towers 2. The St. Regis was completed in 1971. Mid-City Towers 2 was started in 1979 and 1980 and completed in 1981. It has since served 72 senior households for 45 years in the neighborhood, and the parcels shown have not changed ownership as well. And it has operated as a nonprofit since starting. We're here to talk about zoning one parcel, but just to back up a little bit, in summer of last year, we had approached the nonprofit, and we had also we were hired to manage the property with our management company. We proposed putting an application to the Missouri Housing Development Commission to receive tax credits to rehab and to add a few more units to the property. The property hasn't really received a major upgrade since it was built in 1980. And so this will really kind of revamp the property and then add a few additional units as part of that. We received those tax credits. We were the highest awarded deal. They have a rubric and they give you points based on kind of different qualities and goals of the overarching state. And so we received the highest points in the Kansas City region, and we're in the top kind of 5 or 6 in the entire state. So this is definitely a priority project for the state of Missouri. And then prior to applying, we had also worked with the city to obtain $1.2 million through the Housing Trust Fund to support the application and the project redevelopment. So overall, we'll be creating and preserving 80 affordable units for seniors in the heart of the city. But to zoom back in, as we did the project, I've spent a lot of time looking at zoning codes, and so I wanted to make sure that we were in compliance. So the vast majority of the project, including the additional units and the renovation, will all meet existing development code and zoning code. This is simply just to rezone the driveway to match the existing property of R0.5. That's all we're simply asking for today. And the reason for that is there's a variety of different layers, from city planning and permitting to investors, that just having a cohesive zoning throughout the property will really allow us to move smoothly through the process. We are going to be combining those parcels to the north as part of the permitting process, and will more than likely be a requirement of our financial investors to move this towards financial closing. This is kind of hard to see, but I just wanted to point out that the property has existed in its current state since it was created since it was built in 1980. So the earliest after the creation was 1983 of aerials. So you can see the parking lot and the drive inward. So what we're proposing for this drive or the rezoning has existed for 45 years in its current state. And then this is just a visual representation of all the property owned by the nonprofit. R0.5 to the north on those 4 parcels, and then the larger building to the southeast is also R0.05. And we would just be proposing to match that with the existing zoning to make a cohesive project. The benefits, the change will have minimal use effect as we will use it as the access drive. We can't put a building on there. That would disrupt our plan for the parking lot. The existing and proposed land use has existed for 45 years without issue. We don't have a lot of cars. We're an affordable housing project. So talking with our property manager, we're about 25 cars for 72 units, which is about in line with the 1 to 3 for a senior property in the parking code. And then lastly, this rezoning effort supports the larger project of preservation and creation of 80 affordable housing units. These will all be priced, these will all be available to people under 60% area median income, and more likely 50% area median income and below. As part of the Housing Trust Fund, we're going to do 15% at 30% area median income, 15% minimum of 50% area median income, and then and we'll be required to have that affordability requirements for 30 years. 72 of those units, part of this project is supported by vouchers, so 72 of those units will receive support. So you have residents that might only pay $1 or they might pay $600 depending on their income. So it's a truly affordable place to live for people. We'll have $9.5 million in construction costs in supporting minority and women-owned businesses, both through professional services and construction contracts. It supports infill development as a larger project in the 3rd district, which is a priority of the city. And then the rehab is just a higher quality of living for residents. So thank you, and we would ask for your support for this application.
Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, since there are none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. And for those who just entered, we are on docket item number 9.
Good afternoon. My name is Father Daniel Mouche. I am the pastor of St. Vincent de Paul Church and Academy. Our address is 30104, 3106, and 3110 Flora Avenue. So firstly, I'd like to say, just give a little history. Obviously, St. Vincent de Paul Church We purchased that church, our Society of St. Pius X purchased that church back in 1980. At that time, it was fairly run down. We have fixed it up, bought the school, bought the rectory near it, bought another school. We have put over $4 million in just the past 10 years into rejuvenating, fixing up the properties and the improvements to the area. Today, our congregation numbers over more than 1,000 faithful on Sunday, and we total over 230 students, kindergarten through 12th in our schools. So we were pleased to see the building across from Mid-City Towers, the St. Regis building. We were pleased to see the improvement on that building in the last few years, and we are pleased with the announced improvements to the Mid-City Towers building there as well. However, we do have some concerns concerning the one bed or the single unit apartments. To my understanding, it was 8 single unit apartments they're trying to put in. And of course, one of the first reasons with the church and the rectory, we have 5 priests living in the rectory right next to the church. And so with that addition of those apartments, there will be increased traffic, increased noise. We have church services every day with the school and such. So that is disrupting the living conditions there. I think as well, they will be converting even all the grass and the trees, all that will be disappearing. So I don't think it's going to in any way beautify that property. The other understanding is that the current driveway where they would access that property, it is right next to our rectory and between the other house, that they are going to put parking alongside of that, which would also increase the traffic, the noise, which is obviously not the greatest for us. The church, of course, is a 100-year-old church. It's a historic landmark in the building. We celebrated the 100-year anniversary just a couple of years ago. It was a landmark in the English Gothic style. Its architect, Maurice Carroll, he won a gold medal for the architecture. And indeed, on the back side of the church, there's even the crucifix. That is, to my knowledge, the largest crucifix that was carved in place, at least at that time in the country. So this is just to understand the church is really a beautiful landmark for the city of Kansas City. And so I think these apartments, these one-bedroom apartment units that they're putting there, which will be very close, that will take away aesthetically because it's not in the same style of the church at that as well. So I don't think that is going to be in the best interest there. A final consideration is constrictions currently on Flora Avenue. It's a narrow one-way street. And for the Mid-City Towers, they have cars parked on both sides of the street, which leaves a very narrow lane to go through. And this is, of course, on Sundays, we have much traffic. And then, of course, for the school, we have both drop-off for the parents, both morning and in the afternoon. And because of that, I see they're putting in more apartments, and it doesn't seem they have really answered that congestion problem there. So also what has happened is if there is an emergency, there was a fire truck not too long ago, 2 weeks ago. I come back, parents are trying to drop their kids off at school. That fire truck blocked the whole street. There was no way to get there. They couldn't drop their kids. They had to wait till the fire truck was gone, or they have to find another area to walk their children because of the 2-lane parking, so it's congestion. So understanding these, we were willing to negotiate and to work with and try to come up with a solution that would be would work for both of us. And we sent a letter, we entered in negotiations, and then they ended, and we sent a letter, heard no response. And so because of that, we would like to ask that you reject the current proposal as it is now, or at least that we delay action upon it.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to speak either in person or online for docket item number 9?
There are no hands raised online.
All right, at this time, we'll close all public testimony, and we'll pass it back to the applicant to respond to the testimony.
Yeah, thank you. We had our public meeting. We also met with the church and Pastor Mache. We had showed our general plan, concept plan, but I first wanted to highlight that the apartment building that's proposed is already zoned appropriately. So this is about the driveway and not about the apartment building. I did that. I checked that before we applied for the application, and we received the zoning confirmation letter from city planning about that parking. The improvements on that site, even though it's different than what we're talking about today, will kind of improve parking conditions with aesthetically pleasing landscaping to city code. We've engaged a great landscape architect that will support that, and screening along the boulevard and parkway to meet those standards. As I mentioned before, we only have about 24 to 26 cars maybe, and as part of my investor due diligence, I've been going by the property at various times, and the parking lot that currently exists is a third empty at most of the time, if not more. People are able to park on the street. That's part of Kansas City. That's part of living in the urban core. The church has, and the church and school have actually, or the city, I'm not sure who did it, but they have blocked off most of the street parking on Flora. So it's just a small portion of the street. We had talked briefly about a land swap. The proposals that the church had come back with would have made me come back to you probably 2 or 3 more times to get approvals. So it just didn't work for us. We appreciate the conversation, but just kind of zeroing in, the proposed general project is zoned appropriately. This is simply just rezoning the driveway to meet, to match the existing property. So those are, if anyone has any questions, that's kind of where we're at today.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close all testimony and either discuss or I'll take a motion.
With that, I'll go ahead and make a motion then to approve docket item number 9 without conditions.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 9 without conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, docket item number 9 is approved.
Thank you.
Good luck. All right, we are now going to go back to docket item number 7.
Yes.
Great.
Case CD CPC 2026-24. A request to approve a rezoning from District B1-1 to B2-1 on about 3.5 acres generally located at the southeast corner of North Broadway and Northwest Berry Road.
You guys are faster eaters than we are. Sorry.
They gave us salad today because it's summertime, so that's a quick eat.
All right, good afternoon again, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. In front of you is docket item number 7. Subject site is located within the 2nd District, just north of Gladstone. Closer look at the site, you can see it's located just south of Metro North, right on Northwest Berry Road. This rezoning is made up of 3 separate parcels. It was staff's recommendation to get, instead of a spot zoning for 1 parcel, to get multiple properties to get more staff support. So the request today is a rezoning from B1-1 to B2-1. As you can see on the use table on the screen, it is to allow for the establishment of a drive-through facility. B1 prohibits drive-through facilities. And looking down the Berry Road corridor, there's many drive-throughs and car-oriented uses. So we are recommending approval of the rezoning to B2. That being said, the area plan recommendation is mixed-use neighborhood, and the corresponding zoning districts are B1 and B2, so no area plan amendment is required. Just looking at the surrounding zoning, there is a large mix of zonings. So residential to the south, there's B2 and even B3 to the north and to the west. Here's a picture of the original request for the rezoning. So this building will be tore down to allow for the drive-through facility. And then here are a couple pictures of the two other parcels. So a multi-tenant building and then a Harbor Freight here. So with that, staff recommends approval of docket item number 7. I can answer any questions.
All right, are there any questions for city staff on docket item number 7? Seeing none, we'll welcome the applicant.
Thank you, guys. Amy Grant. I'm a paralegal with Polsonelli PC Law Firm, and we have Ben Stites, who would be the potential franchisee for the drive-through use. Just respecting your time and it being a fairly straightforward rezoning request, we'll just stand for questions.
Great. Any questions for the applicant? Then we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anyone from the public wishing to speak about docket item number 7, please raise your hand or come forward.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, with that, we'll close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add about this case? Great, then I will look for a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 7 without conditions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 7 without conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Docket item number 7 is approved. Good luck with the project. Thank you. And we're now ready for docket item number 8.
Docket item number 8 is case CD SUP 2026-12. A request to approve a special use permit to allow for a general motor vehicle repair use in a B3-1 zoning district on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 4250 St. John Avenue. And Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner.
Not showing up on the other screen.
Is
What's
this
showing up?
here for you guys?
No.
No. Oh, no. Like,
Duplicate your screen.
no, I just shared the screen.
Duplicate.
Oh, okay. Let me stop. Okay.
Well, logged out of Zoom now.
Alec, you might need to come help.
I think you're gonna have to X out of whatever's going on there.
I can check.
The expert.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because it logged out on that screen.
Said unable to join meeting.
I shared my screen.
They broke it. Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not on back. Looks like it disconnected though from the internet. Oh, there we go. Maybe.
Just got answers that I need to. Oh,
Mine's
I
connected.
but I did. One moment.
I won't tell anyone.
Try again. Okay, good. Like it's loading. Okay, perfect. We're back online. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Stephanie Saldari in Development Management, and today we are looking at CDSCP 2026-12, a special use permit for general auto repair on 4250 St. John Avenue. The subject site is located on the east side of the city, south of Cliff Drive. And a little refresher, you all saw this property come before you last fall. They rezoned from an R2.5 to a B3-1 last year to bring the property somewhat into compliance. So staff recommended they rezone to then get a special use permit to allow for the existing use. They also amended the future land use from residential urban low density to mixed use neighborhood. And now the last step in the entitlement process is the special use permit. The subject site is located on the northwest corner of North Kensington and St. John Avenue. And then this is a photo looking from the southwest corner of this intersection. This photo is outdated. It's from Google Street View. Those cars are not there anymore. The current owner, the new owner, has cleaned up the site. This is a picture submitted from the applicant. So here is the site plan. So currently there is the building with the 2 service bays, an existing carport, entrance from St. John's and North Kensington.
And then this is the parking plan. So the owner will close off, there's a gate there. They will close off the North Kensington Avenue, so the entrance and exit will be from St. John. And then also there will be variances for the setback of the existing building, and then for the size of the carport, but that will be addressed at the Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting next week. These are the elevations, so it's the material is metal. And then the landscaping plan, so there is not much room to landscape on this property, but there will be shrubs put at the front. And then at the back of the building, there is a condition on there of giving the applicant the option of either putting in a privacy fence to screen the building because there is a house right behind it, or keep the fence they have right now, which is a metal fence, but putting vines or some type of greenery on there to help screen it. Okay, and then, so in case number CDSCP 2026-12, staff recommends approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission to city staff? Seeing none, we will welcome the applicant. Welcome back.
Hi, so my name is Nana. I'm a real estate agent. I'm here with the owner. And so we're just asking for them to approve for the owner to operate the existing building. They're not gonna make like any major changes, only just some minor improvements to the property, such as adding the dumpster there, which is required, ADA parking. Well, for the fence in the back, we have to kind of get in touch with the neighbor to see if that's fine. Otherwise, we suggest to maybe put some vines in the back. And for this current owner, he's not going to allow parking off-street. It's going to be confined to his property.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? We will open it up for public testimony. If there's anyone from the public wishing to speak on docket item number 8, either please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, closing all public testimony. Applicant, anything else you all would like to add?
Oh, yeah, fine, thank you.
And my apologies for missing this. Duration of the SUP?
Oh, I will leave that to you what you find fit.
Okay, and so do we need to add a condition for that then?
If you'd like to add an expiration date,
And so is it,
it's not required.
okay, so recommended then that we not for this, okay.
Oh, I thought by default that the special use permits had a time limit set to them. Okay, so this one is just indefinite.
Some specific uses have a time limit in the code, like recycling, demolition, debris, landfill, it's 5 years. But not all of them. And this is one that does not have a specified time limit. You can add one if you would like, but staff did not as part of the review.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't need to have one.
I either don't recall or don't know which ones do and don't have something. So thank you for clarifying. All right, if there are no further questions, then I will take a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 8 with conditions stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 8 with conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstaining? Docket item number 8 is approved. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
That concludes the regularly scheduled docket items. If there isn't anything else, then I'll take a motion for adjournment. I don't know what it's called.
So moved.
In a second? Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Oh, I didn't know you were here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Three of you, I remember Mark Corner, another